welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another season, and the finale here of the 2025 GSL Season 1 playoffs. Here we go. We just wrapped up with the group stage earlier this morning. For the past 2 weeks, we have been wrapping up Group Stage 1 into Group Stage 2, but now we are here with the semifinals and the grand finals. The final day of Season 1 of GSL. I'm of course VIP. With me, I'm joined by these logos, by the GSL, by the chains, Papi. I'm all chained up. I'm ready and raring to go for some GSL. Let's go, Papi. Let's go. For those that are curious, this is a replay cast, of course. It's a replay cast. The events of this tournament, of these matches, did occur last week. So they're, I would say actually less than a week old, like 5 days old. Less than a week old at this point. But this season's GSL has been very short. 2 weeks. It sounds crazy. You could argue 3 weeks because we did cast the qualifiers. So qualifiers, then Group Stage 1, then Group Stage 2, and the semis and finals were all in the same week. So 2 weeks were televised on the main GSL channel. We of course did cover the qualifiers on top of that as well. So I guess 3 weeks of content, 2 weeks of content, very condensed, very compacted matches here, back to back to back. There's definitely criticism to levy when it comes to GSL, when it comes to the new condensed format, but a big reason for that is because you have to squeeze in as much as possible, because Dallas is in a couple of days. Dallas is in 2 days time, so we had to wrap up GSL before coming into DreamHack Dallas. We also had to do the qualifiers. Fun fact, Season 2 qualifiers already concluded 2 days ago or 3 days ago. It's been a couple of days. We are going to be going over the qualifiers tomorrow in regards to the Season 2 qualifiers, and we also have Stars Agora around the corner. We have EWC. For those that don't know, speaking of compact schedule, DreamHack Dallas is a 3-day event. It ends on Monday, and on Wednesday is the EWC qualifier. So we have qualifiers 2 days after DreamHack Dallas. It's crazy. So players have 2 days to get back home after Dallas before bam, going and competing and playing in the qualifiers for EWC. So there's a lot going on, Of course, we'll do our best to also broadcast all of things I just mentioned, but first things first, we're here for Season 1 of GSL. We're here for the finals, Papi. Let's go as we switch things over and catch up on the bracket. As we catch up on our top 4. So top 4 players, these are the top 4 that made it through the group stage. We have herO, GuMiho, Classic, and Cure. We have a plethora of PVTs ahead of us here, and these are best of 5s. Best of 5s leading into a best of 7 grand finals thereafter, back to back to back. 3 matches here for you tonight. We're going to wrap up the first 2, then go on a break, and then jump into the grand finals thereafter. When it comes to these PVTs, I mean, herO's been looking very in form, very much so on fire, looking like the best player in the world. In saying that though, GuMiho is a terrifying opponent in this matchup. We saw that previously, as of course this morning we did cover GuMiho versus Classic and GuMiho versus Maru, also playing Protoss, by the way. Likewise, Cure, he is also one of the best TVP players out there. Going to be an interesting series against Classic, bearing in mind that Classic did defeat GuMiho earlier in the group stage, so we'll see how he compares to Cure as well. I'm also really excited to see more of Cure. For those that missed out, Cure during the group stage, he was actually very aggressive. He was hyper aggressive. A lot of two-base play in his TVPs. I'm curious if that trend continues, if he does decide to embrace some longer and later macro games instead against Classic. Yet to be determined. We'll find out. We'll find out how our players, how their tendencies have changed over the past couple of days, and whether that's going to play into this finals. Let's go. First semifinals match. We have herO versus GuMiho coming in first. Game 1 is going to be on Maganatha. Ooh, interesting. When it comes to the veto process, game 1 is going to be the largest map in the map pool. You don't get larger than Maganatha. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing his new team, representing Seoul Esports. It is GuMiho. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. We go and we are settling into our initial best of 5. Again, we did cover the group stage earlier this morning, around 8 hours ago. We were live. This is our second broadcast of the day. As always, as typically here on the CranKy Ducklings, we do cast twice a day, every single day. Again, plenty of soccer, plenty of content on the channel as always. Now we're here to jump into our TVP. Coming into Maganatha, because the map is so large, I would imagine we're going to de-incentivize aggressive play. It's going to be interesting though, because GuMiho was hyper aggressive in his matches as well. Like typically a lot of the TVPs from the Korean side of things have been two-base play, a lot of two-base play, a lot of double gas openers. I say that this time single gas opener out of GuMiho going for a Rax expand economic opener out of our Terran player. But this also makes sense. As we mentioned, this is the largest map in the map pool, longest rush distance by ground, a lot of bases as well, and this map typically does favor longer and later games. So GuMiho is not opening up aggressively, he's going to calm things down and building up towards a faster CC. Meanwhile, herO does scout, herO does confirm, he is aware the single gas was taken, and he's being as annoying as possible, delaying the CC, does force a second SCV down to low ground, so he's forcing some efficiencies or some inefficiencies out of GuMiho before the expansion. Again, just being as annoying as possible. Behind this standard opener out of herO, as I believe that was a Cyber Core before Nexus. So Gate, Cyber, expand out of herO, standard opener out of our Protoss player. Again, economic starts out of GuMiho. So now we can settle in, and now we can embrace the map itself. Welcome to Maganatha. Maganatha, largest map of the map pool. There are a lot of rocks as well. There are a lot of choke points, bear that in mind. On the one hand, there are a lot of avenues to rotate and to try to strike some of these bases. That is true. There's areas in between the bases, there's areas outside of the natural as well. But because of all these towers, because of all these choke points, because of these little avenues and alleyways, it is quite difficult to actually break through these defensive lines here. You can fully wall up, and we'll see if GuMiho does take a slower approach here. Likewise, GuMiho, he typically thrives in more aggressive maps, especially with his builds. Like, he has so many builds up his sleeve. He's also very fond of going into mech as well. We did actually cover GuMiho mech the hell out of Raynor earlier this morning, so he is willing to do so against Protoss. Likewise, not just Zerg. We didn't actually see that against Classic, but in a longer series, we probably will see that at one point here against herO, I would imagine. Meanwhile, do have our Twilight Council opener, tech of choice here for herO. I was about to say that when it comes to the Protoss side of things, we have 3 different tech options typically in TVP. It is going to be either Twilight Council, Robo, or Stargate, and on these larger maps, Stargate play is viable. It is a little bit more viable here, but herO playing it safe, going for a standard opener, Twilight Council into Blink. We'll see how many gateways he throws down. 2-gate Blink, 3-gate Blink, or 4-gate Blink. Stalker has a safety shield battery at the natural, so he's playing things out safe. And do you see what I see? Second Rax. That is a second Rax before Starport. Hallucination does confirm. So here he is aware, and this is much more aggressive. Now, this could be the beginning of a 2-1-1. So 2 Raxes, 1 factory into 1 Starport into a stim timing drop play from the Terran. Or we could see a 3rd Rax, and we could turn this into a 2-base all-in. If we see a 3rd Rax before the Starport, then we're going to be rushing into Stim, into Combat Shields. But we have confirmation, 2-1-1, Starport, not a 3rd Rax. Now, if you're looking at this build, you might be familiar, you might be thinking, hold up, isn't this exclusively a TVZ build? Not exclusively, but it's more common against Zerg. Much more common against Zerg players. It is a rare sight, but not unseen against Terran and Protoss. Now, there's a bit of a give and take here. On the one hand, it can be quite powerful. Basically, it's a stim timing. Really early stim compared to standard TVP games. A lot of bio into a medevac drop, into a double medevac drop with 16 Marines. And this can hit quite hard. The downside is that because your factory is exclusively making add-ons, because the factory made the tech lab and the factory is making the reactor, it means that your factory production is very delayed. It means specifically your tank production is delayed this game. So if this stim timing doesn't do anything, you are so vulnerable to a counterattack. Like herO, he can just double down. If he shuts down this real hard and real quick, he can just counterattack, and he can punish the Terran player as well. So there's a lot riding on this double drop, and so far herO has seen everything. I don't know if you noticed, he sent another hallucination. Like, he's been scouting non-stop. He's fully aware of the build. He knows what's coming his way, and right now the goal for herO is to catch the drop. He knows that medevacs are coming, the goal to intercept. Meanwhile, GuMiho does have the Xel'Naga tower on the right hand side. herO, he has control of the Xel'Naga tower towards the left. Cyclone has to get the hell out of there. herO, he has control, he spots the Cyclone, and GuMiho is gonna have to thread the needle here when it comes to this drop. As here come the 2 medevacs. Tank production has now begun. Do see GuMiho skirting towards the left hand side. The Stalkers are out of position. The Cyclone does go down, but GuMiho boosts in. Yeah, it does go for the boost, it does go for the dive. Back at home, there are 3 Zealots to defend. Stalkers out of position, and here he misses this drop. He does not spot this, not yet. You can see here is racing back. I mean, again, he knows that the drop is coming. We have Storm on the way behind this, not Colossus. It was a Storm before 3rd base, a really safe play to herO. He delays his 3rd. And here he finds the drop. Oh, does find it. Does pull away. Charge is not done. Zealots are just tanking shots. And GuMiho, can he break through? He gets a Stalker, he gets one. He almost gets two. But the shield battery runs out of energy, and now the Marines, they are stimming, and they are winning. The Storm is still not yet done. 10 seconds away. He needs 10 seconds. 6, 5. Bleeding out 6 probes. Probes are going down. Storm is now done. And I believe here he should be able to defend. Whew, he does clean this up, but this wasn't bad damage. Takes down a medevac. Cleans up all the Marines, but again, that was a very strong timing here. 6 probe kills, took down a bunch of Zealots, took down a bunch of Stalkers, and GuMiho, he has to calm down a little bit. He was rallying across the map. He does get spotted. He is spotted, has to pull away. Bearing in mind that here didn't even use a Storm. Oh, but GuMiho does punish. Not bad. Gets a Stalker. Another Stalker goes down. That's been how many? That's been 4 Stalker kills. Not bad. And GuMiho pulls away. And I would say that so far this double drop did do well enough, right? It was able to kill a bunch of workers, was able to shut down a bunch of Stalkers as well. The scary thing in my mind though is Storm, is the counterattack here from herO. He has plenty of High Templar, plenty of energy for Storm. His third base is getting up and running. Meanwhile, GuMiho getting his own third as well on location. It is building up. And he's not being punished, right? He has successfully gotten out of his 2-on-1 into his tank production. Now he's being active with his drops. He's gaining map control, hunting down those prisms. As GuMiho makes his way to the main. Again, here he barely does miss that medevac. Here behind this, working towards Colossus. The bay is on the way. Third base getting saturated. Remember, this third base is late. Remember, herO, he stayed on 2 bases to get into Storm, but Storm finished too late to be a part of that defense, so it wasn't worth it. The early Storm didn't really lead to anything. So herO, economically, I would say he's behind. He's actually behind that of GuMiho. GuMiho with full 3-base saturation. The Protoss typically needs to be up a base to keep up with the Terran, so we need a 4th desperately, and this 4th base is late for herO, as he's still taking up. So the 3rd base is late, the 4th base is late. GuMiho looking to get further ahead. The prison does get into the main, okay. Does sip in with his Zealots. Gets a couple of workers, distracts GuMiho. Vikings on the way to deal with this. GuMiho working towards Widow Mines, Marauders, Viking production. Likewise getting into a longer later game. GuMiho does take a supply lead. And I do favor GuMiho's position overall, especially his economic position. But when it comes to the main armies, I mean, the Storm is always an X factor here. How many High Templar? 6. Jesus. 6 High Templar, each with at least 1 Storm. That's a lot of Storm. And here comes herO. Can he break this position? We spoke about those choke points earlier, and herO is going to try to go through. He's pushing into 2 tanks. But the Bio army is out of position. The tanks are exposed. Here's Storm on the right-hand side. First tank goes down. There's 1 tank left. Still plenty of Storms. Storm's a mainly zone. Storm in the mineral line. The prism is up. Not going to go down. And herO, he breaks through. He breaks through. The warp in does complete. Another tank falls. There's 1 tank left. Running out of Storms, so the 3rd base is broken. And that's going to be 20 SCV kills. And I was concerned that herO was going to be too passive, that GuMiho was just going to get out of control, but he was out of position. 3rd base gets broken, another Storm, and herO, he's done it. He's done it. He breaks through the defensive line. The 3rd base is forfeit, and herO, he has plenty to keep pushing. He just keep on going, goes for another warp in. herO, he's running out of Storms. He maybe has 1 Storm left, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, not anymore. He pushes through the main army. Another Storm here on the Marauders. And there's nothing left. There's nothing left. There's nothing here. GG gets called, and herO takes game number 1. Whew. GG. herO does take a lead in the series. I was concerned that he had kind of missed his window to make use of those High Templar. We spoke about it. herO, he rushed into Storm, rushed into High Templar. Didn't make use of it. He wasn't able to make use of it. Likewise, he was working towards a 4th base, building up towards Colossus. herO, by no means was he all in, by the way. Like, we had Colossus on the way behind it. Like, he was getting a 4th base. herO, he was building up, but GuMiho was out of position, partially because of the drop. If you remember the prism in the main base, it did distract GuMiho, so he had a bunch of supply in the main, and that 3rd base was actually quite exposed, in the sense that he had tanks, he had SimCity, but he had no bunkers there, and again, most of his army wasn't there at the 3rd. Those tanks going down, or being the first thing to be targeted, was key there for herO to break that position. GG. GG, well played. herO does take the first game, but already some really spicy play, I mean, out of both players. Remember, herO rushing into early storm, GuMiho going for a 2-on-1. Now, I don't expect to see another 2-on-1 out of GuMiho. As I mentioned before, like, this is a bit of a rarer build in this matchup in TVP. Has its own power spike and has its own power, but a lot of it is also like the surprise factor as well. I feel like we should be seeing something different out of GuMiho coming into the rest of the series, but we'll see. We shall see as we get into our next game. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon, we have our red Terran player, our red Terran down in the series, but looking to bounce back, representing Seoul Esports. It is a GuMiho. The pants are down, yeah. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing his team Twisted Minds. It is a herO. Go. Okay, so again, overall, hero's play last game was interesting. I still stand by the fact that he was behind economically last game. Like, he didn't really have the best setup going into a longer game state, but instead he did hyperfix it on just building up his forces and preserving those storms. Again, he had 6 High Templar with that push, and we saw just how little GuMiho had, specifically at his third base. He had so little to protect his tanks, to protect his mineral line. Everything did end real fast and real quick, but now we are getting into game 2, and welcome to Pylon. Now, coming into Pylon, double gas. Makes sense. Pylon is one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool. Pylon has a shorter rush distance by ground, has a lot of bases, and is very wide. That is true. Like, there are a lot of bases towards the left and right hand side, but the attack path from your natural base to your opponent's third base is very short and very direct. We've seen a lot of all-ins on pylons. We've seen a lot of boys being pulled, a lot of timing attacks. That has been very trendy on pylon, so for GuMiho to switch things up and go double gas makes plenty of sense on this map. What does double gas mean? Double gas means a faster factory, a delayed CC. With a faster factory, this can also lead into Banshee play with a faster starport, into an add-on swap into Banshee. This can lead into double Cyclone. This can lead into an early tank drop. This can lead into Reactor Reaper Hellion. There's a lot of different avenues of attack here, but aggression is on the horizon for GuMiho, and we'll see if herO can keep up and recognize what's going on. We see GuMiho playing safe. Remember, GuMiho, he does skip the SCV scout and he skips the Reaper scout as well. So he's just checking with his Marine, checking the proxy locations. Just wants to make sure that he doesn't get cheesed out. Ooh, meanwhile, so reactor first into factory into tech lab straight away. There's no early Sahelian, there's no early setup here, early mines, just straight for the tech lab. And this should be for an early Cyclone. We could just skip the Cyclone and go straight for the tank. But this is one step further. If you remember, I spoke about how double gas can lead into, say, early tank, early Cyclone, Banshee play, but this is all predicated on a CC after the factory. Do you see what I see? There's nothing. This is a one base all in. So we're just doubling down a one base all in at a GuMiho. I mean, aggression is favored on pylon, but we just double down on the aggression, going for the all in. Medevac is on the way, and we may even just pull the boys with this as well, as GuMiho is not expanding. Meanwhile, herO just now scouting. Hallucinations moving in, and what does herO see? He sees no commands on the low ground. There could be a CC on the high ground. A Cyclone comes in to intercept, and he confirms the 1-1-1. He confirms there is no CC. What do we need? Shield batteries. There's one shield battery so far. Charge, amazing response here. Typically, Blink is research. Blink is standard. Charge does not scale too well as an earlier upgrade because it doesn't allow you to shut down drop play, but Charge is amazing to shut down all-ins. Just because Zealots are just that much more efficient, they can collapse on top of those tanks, on top of those Cyclones. Speaking of, first Cyclone has arrived. We have more shield batteries on the way. herO throws down extra gateways. He does not expand. And again, he needs that charge. It's still halfway done. A drop into the main. Uh-oh. Behind this, we're going to be reinforcing with Liberators, reinforcing with tanks. Drop does unload. That is Nartosis Pylon. Now going for the mineral line, going for the Stalkers. Yeah, first Stalker under fire. Medevac gets forced back. The boys are being pulled. And here he will hold. Yeah, so far he's holding on. Cyclone takes down a free shield battery. Tank is moving out. Liberator as well. And Charge completes. Yeah, Charge is going to finish. And with the completion of Charge, herO, he can shut this down. All he needs is a handful of Zealots. All he needs are a handful of Zealots here. More shit, Jesus. More shield batteries on the way. herO taking this very seriously. And there we go. The boys are being pulled. And how do you deal with them? Oh, with Zealots. The Zealots are going to be ready. They're going to be ready for this. We're bringing 4 at a time. herO, he does shoot first. Oh! Lock on the Stalker. Yeah, charge looks like collapse on the army. They get on top of the Marines. SCVs are a little bit too far behind. And Liberator is targeted down. And you can see those cells just mow through the SCVs. GG gets called. herO completely shuts down the one base all in. And herO takes a 2-0 lead. Whew. GG. GG, well played. This reminds me of a game from the group stage. If you remember, GuMiho had a similar build against Classic, but the difference is GuMiho denied the scouts. If I remember correctly, no, he didn't deny it then either. Yeah, I remember Classic. He went for a hallucination across the map. GuMiho, he had a cyclone to intercept. He got like 2 shots off, and the locker one's broken. Classic, he broke the loco and he got past, and Classic saw everything. Here, similar story in the sense that there was anti-air, there were Marines, there was a cyclone, but GuMiho didn't deny the scout. herO saw everything. He saw nothing at the natural, and he saw the 111. He saw the racks, factory, and starport. That should not be done at that time, the starport specifically. So once he recognized, bam, charge, gateways, shield batteries. GG. GG, well played. So solid scouting, solid response out of herO. He shuts down the all-in, and suddenly herO is 1 game away from claiming the series. Remember, this is a best of 5, first to 3 wins, and I'm hoping for more. I'm hoping for a back and forth, but the pressure is on GuMiho. Here, the pants were not down. herO, he had them up. He was ready. And here we go, spawning in the bottom hand corner of Leylands, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss leading the series 2-0, 1 game away from claiming this series and advancing on to the grand finals. Representing Twisted Minds, it is herO. Oh, share, my papi, share. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Seoul Esports. It is GuMiho. Oh boy, and already we've been using some specialized builds that I don't expect to see again, and they're not really working out. What I mean by that, game 1, 2-1-1. Game 2, 1 base all in. These are unique builds, and again, they're falling on their face. What else do we have in store for us? I mean, GuMiho has a lot available to him, but we should not be seeing another 1 base all in. That should not happen, especially on a map like Leylines. Rush distance by ground is longer on this map. Maybe on torches, right? Maybe on some of these other smaller maps we can try to pull that off, but here I don't see that working as well. And we'll see how GuMiho adjusts. Oh boy. Because so far he's having a hard time breaking the defenses here of herO. herO back at home, going for a gate expand. Okay, herO cutting corners. I don't know if you noticed, every game so far, herO's gone for a standard opener. What is the standard opener? Gate into Cybercore, followed by the Nexus. This is a Nexus first, before Cybercore. So a bit of a greedier build here by herO. This is going to be delaying his Adept, or it is going to be delaying his Sentry as well, his follow-up Scout. Thankfully for herO, economic opener out of GuMiho. Single gas, not double gas. So even though herO's cutting corners, this is a good read. Considering the 1 base all in failed last time, herO is assuming that GuMiho is playing economically, and he is. So GuMiho is going for a more economic build. CC is on the low ground. Factory is after the command center, after the CC. So herO should be able to settle into this quite nicely. And Stalker first as well. Ooh, not Adept or Sentry. Does open up Stalker first. Likewise, we'll see if GuMiho does mix things up here. Off of a standard opener, off of 1 gas opener, we do expect to see like just standard drop play here. Maybe Widowmine, Medevac into Widowmine drop, into tank production behind this into the mid game. We'll see. GuMiho does head straight into said starport. Tech Lab is on the way. And here it does open Twilight Council. Now, my big concern for herO is, there we go. Okay, Stalker into a Sentry, hallucinations moving out. herO, he will soon confirm what's going on. Tech Lab is done, and we're going for the Cyclone first. Okay. Safe opener out of GuMiho. with this, GuMiho, he has no idea. Remember, GuMiho, no SCV Scout, no Reaper Scout. He has no idea what's going on across the map. For all he knows, there could be a Stargate. There could be a Stargate. There could be an Oracle coming his way. There could be a Phoenix coming his way. So the Cyclone is just a good way to cover your bases. Blue Station Scout does confirm that this time there is a command center. So here he also confirms the add-on on the factory. Now, sometimes you can still go for the tech lab and then just make a Widow Mine, but does confirm Cyclone, not a Widow Mine drop. So here he is aware. Sometimes Terran players, they can fake out. Oh, let's go! We spoke about this at the start of the series, that GuMiho, he is one to mech it up against Protoss, and he's going for it. Let's go. Macville Accelerators is on the way. We should be seeing some additional factories behind this. Assuming this isn't a fake out, I believe herO, he's just saw the research. He knows. Just saw the research on that tech lab. GuMiho moves out. herO going back in. He's looking for the rest of the production. Macfield is still on the way. And that is a second Cyclone. Meanwhile, as hero's distracted, drop into the main. Stalkers are at the natural. His main base is somewhat exposed. And probes are being targeted. He gets one. Getting up to two. Oh, just the one. One probe goes down. Now again, if you know anything about GuMiho, he is one of the only Terran players out there that can actually play mech at the highest level play. I say one of, Ryung is the other. Like Ryung, he also does mixing mech against Protoss, and of course we saw Bjorn use mech against Zerg the other day as well. But against Protoss, like it's Ryung and GuMiho, and that's kind of it. Like there's not many others that really embrace this. I think we've seen Maru do this build once in the past, like maybe once, just to mix into a series. As we're going into Macville Accelerator, Cyclones, and Cloak Banshee. Now, Hallucination does confirm the research, so here he's aware of the Cloak Banshee. Observers are on the way for detection. And GuMiho is moving out. What does he have to work with? He has 3 Cyclones. That's going to be the backbone of his army. Here he has Blink, which is okay. There we go. More factories on the way. GuMiho, he is making it up. Oh. Nice control. GuMiho, he does save his Cyclone. Does bait out those shots. herO trying to keep up. Oh! Cyclones, they force out those blinks. Now, when it comes to dealing with mech, charge lots are ideal. Going into Charge or Archon Immortal is kind of what you want against a mech composition, but hero's not there yet. There's still a window in time early on where this mass Cyclone style can pull herO apart. Before charge. And before herO gets a proper economy. So GuMiho is going to spike early. Banshee towards the natural. Main army here in the center. We have a blue flame on the way. Again, committing into battle mech. Does commit in. GuMiho pulls away, still making more Cyclones. What's interesting is that GuMiho is actually still continuing Banshee production as well. He only has, okay, he's on 2 Banshees so far. Getting a 3rd. And Banshees, they can be devastating in this matchup. As they come in to support the main army. Lock-ons on the Stalkers. Once that GuMiho, calm down. Oh my god. Once again, baits out the Stalker shot, does save his Cyclone. The control. GuMiho. Okay. It's the second time that's happened. As charge is completing, herO is getting a 4th base. Now herO, he still has yet to reinforce his army with more zealots. That's still yet to occur. Storm, I'm a little bit less fond of Storm. Storm can maybe zone away some of the Hellions. It's not going to be as effective. But we'll see. GuMiho is rotating. He's still making more Banshees, by the way. And they're not harassing. They're a part of the main army. More Banshees are building up. They can be used to snipe key units like High Templar. Speaking of GuMiho, he does push forward. Storm is ready. Ooh, Storm does zone. Loco takes down the sentry. Banshees, they want the High Templar. And then they get one, they get two, they're gonna get all three. Yeah, High Templar, they get sniped instantly. Nice use of those Banshees. And Storm is a non-factor. Stalkers are coming from behind. There's not that many Cyclones, so down to 5. But so far they zone away. The Immortals are exposed. Where are those Zealots that we spoke about? He's been warping in Stalkers. Yeah, no charge ults, no buffer. These are going to be expensive trades for herO. Force something away. The base is going to go down. Likewise, no detection. Because of the Raven. True. Okay, there we go. Observers in the back line. Raven goes down. And herO, he is holding on. He does punish. Blinks on forward. Takes down the Banshees. Oh my god, he does target down those Cyclones. And herO holds. herO, he does hold on. He cleans this up. But at a cost of his entire base. The base, the sentries, the High Templar, the Immortals. But herO holds. He does hold on, he does defend. It was a costly defense here for herO. Again, the charge ults, they were not ready. They're just now being warped in. So a very expensive defense for the Protoss. And GuMiho behind it on 3-base saturation. Now, we spoke about this previously. We spoke about this on Maganatha, where GuMiho, he does have the greater economy. herO, to catch up, he's double expanding and long distance mining. And we'll see if GuMiho can hold on. Now, the downside here, like, GuMiho's main army composition made a lot of sense, but now he lost all the Banshees, and he's not rebuilding. So this time, he has no way to snipe those High Templar. That felt like a key part of that previous fight. So he can no longer snipe. Instead, interesting, going to be reinforcement with Widow Mines, which does make sense against a more Zealot-heavy composition. So we have more Widow Mines being sprinkled in. GuMiho's looking for the expansions. Ah, he's got that one Banshee. Okay. Does actually distract herO. Does force him back home. herO does get dragged back. And GuMiho is pushing towards the south side. Again, herO out of position. GuMiho moving in. He wants that base once again. Enemy Widow Mines. 7 mines are setting up. Storm going to be coming in. Decent Storm with the Hellbats. The rest do zone. Oh, the Mine Shots are... Oh my god! Mine Shots, they shut down the High Templar. They force in the Archon. GuMiho does pull away. From here he pulls away. Banshee does hit the mineral line, getting a handful of herOs, but is finally going to be cleaned up. herO, he defends, and he gets away with a double expand. So herO, he's now recovering economically. Now he's getting his 4th and now his 5th base up and running. Does chase down the Cyclones. Oh god, the punish though. Gee, oh my god. Oh, the punish is real. That's 5 Stalkers going down. And here we go. herO, he does commit. Once again, the Cyclones, they punish the Stalkers. And herO, he's being punished for not making any Zealots. Now, the problem here, typically against this kind of army, the purpose of the Zealots are to tank and just soak and to take these lock-ons. That's not happening. Expensive loss for herO. herO, he will lose everything. The Immortals are going down. The Stalkers are going down. Yet he tanks the lock-ons with his Stalkers, which is not what you want to do. As so many Stalkers fall. Storm does zone. Those are expensive losses for herO. Losing every Immortal. And losing most of his Stalkers. 32 Stalkers have gone down. Jesus. The efficiency. For 13 Cyclones. GuMiho going back into Banshee. 4th base is getting up and running. GuMiho, he's maintaining, or he's keeping up economically with herO. Now getting his 4th base fully operational. And here he has to rebuild. Going for a Zealot round by. 2 Banshees, they can one-shot probes. They deny mining. They distract herO. GuMiho rotating over. herO does hit the 3rd. GuMiho's in position. Does defend. It's going to be 5 probe kills across the map. The Banshees, they make it back home. They even punish the Zealots. And herO's had a lot of rebuilding to do. He's back up to 3 immortals. He has 9 stalkers. Unfortunately, I mean, as you can see here, like if you lose that many stalkers early on, like it's so hard to build that back up as you have to warp in those zealots. So there's very little support behind the chargelots. Less than it should be. Yeah, and the mass cyclone. GuMiho is here to overwhelm. Once again, the lock-ons are not broken. Takes down the High Templar. Takes down the Archon. Mines are here to zone away the chargelots. Oh no! Okay, does split towards the end. Does split off. Water mines are going to reset. No detection. herO being forced back once again. GuMiho going straight for the 3rd. herO trying to come in from behind. Does attempt to. Takes some mind shots to the face. And mind shots are going up. herO, he does not get the surround he was looking for. Cyclones, they punish so hard here. And once again, the blink. No, he does blink in. And lock-ons are brutal stalkers. They're going down. There's not enough charge lots. The flank was a little bit too late. And GuMiho, he's pushing through. Yeah, he punishes the army, takes down all the zealots, takes down all the immortals. Again, it was a messy fight for herO. And the base goes down. The base is going to fall. Again, this is the second time that herO's engagement has been a little bit disjointed. Moving in too early with the zealots, too late with the stalkers. The cyclones, they punish those stalkers so hard. And herO, he plummets in supply. He does plummet. These are just been better fights here for GuMiho. And again, as you mentioned, like he was already keeping up economically. The efficiency for GuMiho has been insane. It's been very efficient. And GuMiho is gonna do it again, baby. Let's go. Again, no other Terran dares to play mech against Protoss. GuMiho's like, why? I don't understand these other Terran players. I don't get it. Aye. They just don't want to win, but as once again, there are barely any zealots here. So lock-ons, they can overwhelm. Once again, punishing the mineral line within range of those probes. And GuMiho is about to max out. So he's got 19 cyclones. Oh god, he once again catches out all the stalkers. Now they're on their own. Yeah, stalkers, they go down. Oh my god, every single one of them falls. 0 stalkers left. Aye. Yeah, no stalkers remaining. Again, they cannot fight the cyclones on their own. GG gets called, and GuMiho, he will fight back. He will put a point on the board. GG. Whew. GG, well played. GuMiho, he does put a point on the board here. Again, not going to be a one-sided series. herO still has a lead, but GuMiho does fight back with what he's known for, with mech. Let's go. Again, when it came to the engagements, as we did point out, GuMiho, he was able to keep up economically with his 3rd base, with his 4th base, with sniping the 4th base of herO as well. A lot of it came down to the fights. herO, eventually he was working towards a more ideal composition, but there were more than a couple of times where herO did move in too early with his zealots, too late with his stalkers, and GuMiho was able to deal with it like a portion at a time. Initially, Kai didn't deal with all the zealots, then deal with the stalkers as well. And there were a couple too many times where herO was very cavalier with his blinks, maybe overconfident, and partially, I would imagine, just because he doesn't play against his style too often. Just to re-emphasize, when it comes to mech in this matchup, there's only 2 players that come to mind, GuMiho and Rian. Like, there's some of, if not the only top Terran players that do this on a regular basis, so you don't get much practice against this. And herO did misjudge a couple of fights, did misjudge a couple of situations where he did dive and did get too over eager. He got punished for that, and he got shut down. GG, well played. With that, GuMiho, he does fight back, does put a point on the board. Now we are getting into game number 4. The pressure is still on GuMiho to bounce back and to force the ace match. Let's go, as we are loading into torches. So hello, Ganjama. Yeah, baby, yeah. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Torches, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss representing his new team, representing Twisted Minds, leading the series 2-1 in the best of 5. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Seoul Esports. It is GuMiho. GuMiho lost too much army. Here's a head honestly. I don't think there was ever any moment where GuMiho took a bad fight. There were times where he was trading against herO, but honestly, it was always worth it. It was always worth it. GuMiho, he was losing minimal Cyclones. He was mainly trading out Hellions, which is ideal. Like Hellions, they're kind of built to die and built to be thrown away in a sense. They're just there to buffer. So GuMiho just had better fights overall. Better trades, better engagements. I mean, again, that's something that GuMiho has more experience with, but we'll see how our players do diverge coming into Torches. Torches is the rush map. Torches is like El Dorado, but even smaller, even more intense, as we do have this area in between the bases. So we have these gold minerals you can mine through. We have the triangular third base. We have the center gold bases as well, but that's it. Only 2 bases in between. On El Dorado, if you remember, it's 3, or I guess, yeah, three bases in between instead. So there are less bases, there's less room between main and main, so very short rush distance by air, likewise short rush distance by ground as well. Isn't just that, but we have the low ground third, which is also very exposed and very difficult to defend. We have the linear base, but there's also this area in between the natural and the third that can also be abused. We have the healing pad as well, and because of all these factors, because of all these different aspects, this map is often vetoed. It's often vetoed, but hey, we have a best of 5, less vetoes. We get to embrace some of these otherwise vetoed maps more often. Rax Expand. Okay, economic opener out of GuMiho does go for the Rax Expand. Meanwhile, standard opener out of herO. Okay, we into Cybercore. As for the first time this series, GuMiho makes a Reaper. Again, GuMiho has been skipping SCV Scouts and skipping Reaper Scouts the entire series. Not here, not on Torches, makes sense. But once again, for the most part, it's been GuMiho with some more quirky builds. Remember, Game 1, 2-on-1, Game 2, 1 base all in, Game 3, mech, Game 4, what haven't we seen yet? We did see Cloak Banshee as well. We haven't seen like we haven't seen the 2 base all in. True, that hasn't happened yet. I mean, 2 base all-ins, I would say, are favorite on Torches, so this could be the lead up to that. It's still a little bit early to tell. Once again, the Tech Lab on the factory. Interesting. So Tech Lab on the factory. The building placement to me is really interesting just because there's no potential for any kind of add-on swaps. So we're going to be reactoring our Marines. And we'll see where this leads. herO, he does attempt to deny mining at the natural. Oh, let's go. The patrol. Meanwhile, speaking of just purely reacted marine production, I assume that was going to be a starport, but no, that's a second rack. So this looks like the same or a similar build that we saw. No, he gets in. Adept does get in. Adept does confirm the racks. He's aware. 2-on-1. This looks initially like a 2-on-1. Now we could throw down a third racks, and this could be just be a 2 base all in. And based on the fact that there's no add-on swap, yeah, this looks like a 2 base all in. If this was a 2-on-1, we'd see an add-on swap into Stim. No, okay. Add-on swap into. Never mind. It is an add-on swap. Okay, 2-on-1. It just caught me off guard to see him cancel the tank. It's like, okay, a bit of a fake out. herO, I mean, he did see the researching factory, but he also saw the second rack. So hero's being kind of given some misinformation here. He's aware of the racks, but from what he's seen, it looks a little bit more committed. Meanwhile, we can see it's going to be a 2-on-1, same build that we saw in Game 1. And this is going to hit sooner than previously. Why? Because of the rush distance by air. We did mention that from base to base, the rush distance by air is very short on this map. So it won't take long at all for the medevacs to get into the bases of herO. There's the add-on swap into medevac production. Medevacs are on the way. herO behind this, going into 3-gate blink into a robo gas on 2 bases. Very safe play out of herO. Very safe. Typically, we'd see Protoss players skip these gases, delay this robo, and expand instead. But the 3rd base is late for herO in favor of gases, in favor of the robo, in favor of the prism, in favor of extra warp ins. I say safe play. You could argue this is aggressive. I mean, either or, right? Like, we're fixated on prioritizing Stalker production. As the Observer gets sniped, Observer did see everything. herO, he's fully aware of the 2-1-1. And herO, he can either wait for the drop to move out or move in, but he does get spotted. He has been seen. Remember, there's no tanks. That's the downside of this build for GuMiho. Because of Stim, there is no tanks whatsoever. Boys are being pulled. Just pure Marine. Stim is done. Stim is done. The first tank has now arrived. Now getting in position. That's going to be 7 SCV kills though. And denied mining time, getting up to 8 SCVs. Leaks into the mineral line. Here comes a Stim for GuMiho. The boys are being pulled. Yeah, we got the Solots coming in. And Stalkers are going down. These are expensive losses for herO. But he does blink away. And it's worth it. 19 SCVs. That is brutal damage. 19 SCVs going down. The economy for GuMiho is crippled. And now what was supposed to be a double medevac drop of 16 Marines down to only 8 Marines. Down to 1 medevac. He does boost across. At the same time, herO moves in. Oh. Here in an awkward position. Let's get out of here. Does pull away, delays a drop, and now herO expands. And yes, on the one hand, herO, his 3rd base is late. We did emphasize that previously. It is a late 3rd base, but this is worth it for herO. As he killed 19 SCVs, delayed economy, and he also contains and denies the build. The initial timing that GuMiho was going for, I mean, he doesn't hit it. He doesn't hit the timing. Is going to be zoned away. The 2-1-1 does nothing. Barely doesn't get the depot. Barely not. Behind this for the first time, herO not going into Storm, going into Colossus as a follow-up. Building up his Colossus count. And because of how much damage is being done, this looks like a 2-base all-in. Like, GuMiho is a little bit too far behind here. He's built up a high tank count. He's going for a reactor to Liberator behind this as well. GuMiho, the problem is he doesn't really have many boys to pull. But he's moving out. It's all or nothing for GuMiho. One way or another, either he kills herO or he dies trying. As he does move out. Yep, the boys are being pulled. There's not many to pull, but he's doing what he can. As there's no macroing out of this for GuMiho. Tanks are leaping forward. Again, time is on herO's side. All he has to do is slow this down. Buy more time for extra warp ins. Extra Colossus. Oh! Colossus takes a lot of hits. Drop into the natural. Colossus is able to keep up. Blink was just used. And GuMiho not in a bad position, does Stim in. But he gets knocked down. Brutal force fields. Does force the pickup. Likewise, herO catching reinforcements. Yeah, coming in from behind the Colossus, they hold the rim. They punish the Marines. And herO just catching more reinforcements, more SCVs. He did get a tank. GuMiho force back. Yeah, and here he's just shutting this down. Completely shuts this down. Comes in for the surround, takes out the tanks, the Liberator. And there's what, 5 Marines remaining. GG gets called. herO, he overwhelms, and herO will take the series 3-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very intense back and forth, and I appreciate that GuMiho had a bunch of different builds, a bunch of different styles in every single game. Coming into the final game, he did go back into a 2-1-1, but the build makes sense on this map, specifically on torches. unfortunately for GuMiho, herO was also being aggressive, was also being assertive. Remember, he had delayed his third base in favor of extra gases, in favor of extra warp-ins, triple gateway or 3-gate blink out of herO with extra warp-ins. He was hyper aggressive, and he did punish GuMiho. We did mention the weakness of going for that 2-on-1 is your factory production and your tank production is delayed, so defensively he's weaker, and we saw he had to pull the boys. He lost 19 SCVs in that defense, and GuMiho was punished for his build, which is also why this build is very niche. It's very niche, it's not really relied upon too often, and herO, he of course scouted with his hallucination. He scouted the build, he saw the opener, he responded with his Blink Stalkers. So nice scouting, a nice response there by herO. He does punish GuMiho, and with that herO does advance on to said finals. And now we're getting ready for our next series for another PvT. Up next is going to be not GuMiho and herO, but instead Classic and Kior. Let's go. Here we go. You have Kior and Classic facing off in another best of 5. Two very different players. I'll be honest, I don't expect to see a 2-on-1 out of Kior. I don't expect him to go for a 1-base all-in or to play mech. We're going to see a very different kind of TVP. Very different. Which is also why I appreciate GuMiho. I say this all the time, but GuMiho, he's a very stylistic player. He does very specific builds at times, and he's not the most standard of players, and that makes him stand out amongst the rest. Shout out to GuMiho. He does go down, but he makes it to the semifinals, so a strong performance here by GuMiho. He did well for himself, making it to the top 4 in Korea. Does get taken out by herO, but he goes down in style. Does go down. And hey, the one game that he won was with mech. Let's go. Just saying. Just saying. Let's go. As we're going into our next series, into our next best of 5, up next we have Classic and Kior. Game 1 is going to be on Tokamak. GuMiho is by far the most entertaining Terran. I can get behind that. I think I can get behind that. I think maybe an easier claim to say is that he's maybe the most diverse Terran, which makes him very entertaining, 100%. But here we go. We're getting into our next series. We're getting into our next matchup, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of a Tokamak, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Kior. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. Here we go. And again, GuMiho, he definitely had a certain style to him in that previous series, but once again, Kior, he is not that kind of player. I don't expect to see a 2-on-1, or as we had to lay the gas. Let's go. Classic, calm down. Does lay the gas, but I don't expect to see a 2-on-1. I don't expect to see a 1-base all-in. I don't expect to see mech, but what I do expect are 2-base all-ins. If you were watching the group stage and even the qualifying matches as well, Kior, he was so aggressive, and he went for non-stop 2-base all-ins in his previous series in the group stage. Now, just because he did it almost every, if not every game in the group stage, I don't expect him to all-in every game here, but I expect it to be kind of sprinkled out throughout the series, maybe, you know, a couple of games here and there, to see him double down and be hyper aggressive. Here we're loading into Tokamak. This is a larger map in the map pool. This is a more defensive map as well. I don't like the idea of a 2-base all-in on Tokamak, but we'll see. For now, double gas, and delayed double gas because of the, of course, probe. For those that are curious, because the model of the probe is a little bit larger, you actually can't make a refinery if a enemy unit is next to it. So that probe was just being as annoying as possible, delays the factory, oh sorry, the refinery. And again, double gas into a faster factory. So delayed CC out of Kior. Now, when we saw this out of GuMiho, this led into early tank production. This led into Macfield accelerators, into 1-base all-ins. Here, this can lead into an early tank drop. This can lead into reactor to Reaper Hellion. There are a couple of different ways that Kior can go about this. Here we go. As Kior does move out. Meanwhile, Twilight Council on the way. We have a take-up choice from Classic. Going for the Twilight Council. Meanwhile, there's that 1-1-1 setup out of Kior. Tech lab on the factory. And do we set up for an add-on swap? We'll see after the first Cyclone. Assuming that we go Cyclone first. Yeah, Cyclone's on the way. Classic does threaten a dive. As Reaper gets full scatter information, so Cure, he's fully aware of the tech of choice, he's fully aware of the Twilight Council. He's aware of Blink. One probe goes down, but the Reaper gets shut down. Not bad. Meanwhile, yep, add-on swap, so Cyclone into add-on swap into, I would imagine, Banshee play. There it is, Cloak Banshee. And again, this build has been very trendy, has been very popular, especially from the Korean Terrans for the past year at this point. So players like Byeon, Maru, Bunny, Cure, they all do like to sprinkle it in. We did see kind of Cloak Banshee from GuMiho, but if you remember, it was mixed in with Cyclone. Here, it's going to be Fire out of Cure. And this can be quite difficult to deal with, especially if it goes unscattered. Classic is yet to confirm, but we should be seeing a hallucination soon out of our Protoss. As he throws down 2 extra gateways. So 3 gate blink out of Classic, gases are being taken, going for the faster Robo, going for a delayed third. If you remember, this is the same build that herO went for last game on Torches. So delayed third base, extra warp pins, extra stalkers, and a Robo first. Now with this herO, he was of course hyper aggressive, he moved down, he was applying a lot of pressure to the natural. We'll see if Classic does the same or if he expands instead. As the hallucination is moving in, does go the long way around, and it does confirm the Raven. Wait, oh, my apologies. Banshee does get across the map. It was only a single Banshee, not 2. But last Classic, he does keep up. He's aware, and he doesn't take any damage. Not bad. But he does, or he's forced to make nothing but observers. So no Warp Prism, no counterattack. He's going to charge. Classic is going to have a later base and is playing safer, more defensively. 2 more gates. Hold up. He's throwing down, he's getting up to 5 gateways on 2 bases. No expansion. Okay, finally the third base is being taken. But this is a very late third out of Classic. Okay. Now, something that I mentioned previously is that we saw nothing but 2 base all-ins out of Cure. And I'm sure Classic also saw that as well, so this is just really safe play, extra gateways, even more gateways on the way, charge into Templar Archives, late third base. It's not an all-in out of Classic, just, again, late expansions. And we'll see how hard Cure commits. We'll see if Classic has read this well. The way that Classic is playing this, it feels like he's expecting an all-in. But now he's moving out. Is moving out. Storm is on the way. So here, Classic picking away at the Marines. Not bad. Gets 1, 2, 3 Marines. Shaving off the army. Pulls away. Behind this, still no third command center for Cure. Black West still only on 3 Raxes. Still only on 3. Getting into Concussive Shell. +1 is finishing. Bearing in mind there's only 1 eBay, that is a sign of aggression, that you're not going for double eBay, but there it is. Third CC is now being thrown down. So Cure is expanding. Is expanding. Again, Classic, he never got a full scout of the main, so it does look like Classic was just playing scared. And this means that he doesn't have the economic lead that he otherwise could have had. His probe count is decent, but he hasn't been mining for this much as long. Oh, armor gets spotted. Classic, he rotates, he responds. Storm is done, so Classic, he should be fine. Takes down the Raven. Takes down the Raven. Storm does zone. We have, what, 3 more Storms? Oof. Here comes another. And another! And again, Classic, he should be fine here. Cure, he doesn't commit. He does preserve his Marauders. as there are still plenty of storms. Oof. Nice shot on the Zealots. Classic does hold it. Again, Cure, he had no intention of breaking Classic. Just poking in, trading. He does preserve all his Marauders. He pulls away. Meanwhile, more Raxes, Ghost Academy, and of course, Cure is building up towards the mid game. And again, this is a dynamic that we didn't really see last series. The one macro game that we got was GuMiho playing Mech, of course. That was the only one, really. Game 1 on Magnatha got up to 3 bases, but even that was a little bit different. So again, Cure having a much more standard approach. Well, Classic going for his own counterattack. Loving the pre-spread here by Cure. Storm jump into the mineral line. Oh, never mind. Going for the main army. But Cure, he's ready for the storms. And he is ready. Does kite back. Spreads well. Deals with the Zealots. And the storms are getting minimal damage. Minimal trades. They're collapsing on connecting with 2 Marauders at a time. And now we stim in. And Cure, he holds. He shoves us down. He takes down the Prism. Oh my god. Prism goes down. High Templar as well. And Classic here overextended. He lost everything. He lost 5 High Templar, 2 Archons, the Prism, the Stalkers. Here with a very strong fight, and again, there was nothing pressuring Classic to push into that. I mean, sure, Classic economically, he wasn't looking ideal. But Classic, he was punished, and now he's vulnerable. Cure is going for a massive counterattack. The Marauders, they survive. We have Ghosts, we have EMPs. Cure, he's rallying in. And Classic is not ready for this. He does have a Storm. Oh, brutal EMP. Brutal EMP. Oh, very nice Storm, though. Oh, my god. Storm does connect. He's got more where that came from. He scans. Here come the EMPs. Oh. Colossus has arrived. Oh, Cure, calm down. Almost kills his own Marauder. More Zealot Warpins. And Classic is holding. Yeah, Classic is holding on. Now he's got the Colossus. Now he's got the Charge Lots. EMP does pop off. The Medivacs are completely out of energy. But Cure, that doesn't stop him. that does not stop him. Going for the Doom Drop. 3 Medivacs into the main. Trying to pull Classic apart. Oh, EMP connects. No Storm. He has 0 Storms. Classic has to respond with the Colossus. Cure comes back in. Does rotate back over towards the 3rd, towards the 4th even. Once again, EMP's moving in. EMP's are Stalkers. EMP's are Colossus. There's still a Storm left over. But it doesn't quite connect. And that was the only Storm. Yeah, the only one. The Colossus are getting low. Here, can he break through? There's no more Zealots. The boys are being pulled. Classic getting desperate, and the Colossus are going down. One of them falls. There's 1 left. And Classic, he is holding. He's barely holding on, but at a cost of 10 probes. The Colossus, the High Templar. As he barely forces back the army. Classic, he's holding. Behind this, making 2 Colossus at a time. He has to reestablish his 4th base. Cure getting his own 4th. 4th CC is on the way. Whew. But Classic, he survives. He does. It was not easy. Not easy. He lost a lot of Stalkers, a lot of High Templar in the process. He even lost a Colossus. It was not an easy hold, but Classic is surviving. And he needs a 5th. He needs that 5th base. Likewise, needs time to breathe. Cure building up his own Viking count. Getting to 2/2 upgrades. Disruptor's now on the way. But still very tense. You see Classic getting ready for a Zealot run by. Likewise, his main army pushes in on the right hand side. Now this should only be to distract. Like Classic, he has no intention of committing. So he pokes in, pulls away. Does pull away as he distracts. Here come the Zealots. They will clean up 3 Winter Mines, but they do not get into the mineral line. Oh, they don't get that final mine. Oh, just barely do. So Classic pulls away. Pulls away. Second starport's just now done. Doubling down on Vikings, and from here can go into Liberators. Now, when it comes to Classic's army, it's still lacking, but as he builds up his disruptor count, there's so much potential there. You could be down 20, 30 supply, and with a couple of well-placed Novas, you can make up for that. So there's just going to be so much riding on these Purification Novas. As Curie rotates on the right-hand side. Classic trying to keep up. So Storm here in the middle line. But only 3 SCVs. There was potential. Doesn't quite get it. That means no storm to defend, or at least minimal storms. Nova zones. As Curie does that position, Classic is going for the base. The base is going to go down. There is no fifth. Classic falling behind. Classic, he's got 90 pros with his long distance mining. He needs a base. He needs an expansion. Curie sees all those probes. Tempting. Tempting, Pat. As Curie is at his ideal economy. 66 workers, 4 bases. 5th base now on the way. The 5th base for Curie is on par with the 5th base of Classic. Which is terrifying. Again, the Protoss does need to be up in expansion. You know how many disruptors? He's got 5. 5 disruptors so far. Classic moving in. And the armies, they just completely pass by each other. Classic out of position. And Storm tries to zone. Classic is racing on over. But Curie's already here. Oh. Catching out the army. Never goes off. Oh! Massive connection. Does take down 2 ghosts. Another connection towards the end. But the Vikings, they go to town. They shut down every single Colossus. Yeah, Colossus are falling one after the other. No more disruptors. Storm is coming in. But a messy fight for Classic. Some decent Novas to begin. But the rest of the army out of position. Now no more splash damage, no more Colossus, no Storm, no nothing. And Curie can stim, and he can win. Does break through. Stalkers are so exposed. Even the Vikings land. With these Zealot reinforcements, Classic can barely hold on here. Should hold. Does force to pick up. Ooh, takes out a full medevac. Nicely done. But Classic, he's hurting. Even though, on the one hand, Classic, he survives. True, the supplies are close. That is also true. But Classic lost all his Colossus. He lost 4 Colossus, and I want to say 6 Disruptors. It was, sorry, 5. 5 Disruptors and 4 Colossus. It takes a long time to rebuild. We're only making 2 Disruptors at a time, so the splash damage here for Classic is very limited. He doesn't have a 3rd Robo. So it's going to take even longer for Classic to rebuild. And to replenish. Classic is vulnerable. The soup does lie. This is a very cheap army for Classic. It's very Zealot heavy. It's very Zealot heavy here. Novas, they connect with Marines. Another Nova grazes the Marauders. It gets a ghost. Ooh, nice punish with the Storms. Nicely done. Storms, they pop up. Classic, he's maxed out. He's maxed out with mainly Zealot and Stalker. Going for the Planetary. Planetary goes down. Not bad. Now moving in. But again, I'm mainly concerned with how this army scales or how it doesn't scale into a longer game. Classic taking more bases, taking more expansions. Curie's catching up in supply. Brutally MPs, the Zealots, they just melt. You can see how little these Zealots do in a main fight. At the same time, Liberation has arrived. Catching up probes. 9, 10 probes going down. Curie's moving in. Oh. Does push forward. Oh. Never going up, grazing the army. No major connection. Storm zones. Doesn't connect. Oh, there goes. Gets 2. Takes out 2 ghosts. There's 3 ghosts left. They still do remain. And we're running out of disruptors. Running out of novas. Storm is okay, but the base is going to go down. Again, Classic, he just cannot engage. As another Nexus falls. Classic does have bases to spare. True. But the army is still lacking. Meanwhile, Medivacs are out of energy. Oh. Destroys those minerals. Meanwhile, Classic built up to 6 disruptors. Rotates towards the south side. Once again, going full planetary, brutally impedes. Novas have arrived. Get a ghost. It's going to be 3 Novas, there's 3 left. Secure just trying to defend with a bare minimum. He splits up his army. He's hoping to lure Classic in. So far, still very tense. We haven't made the full switch into Liberators yet from Cure. Just stick with the fire composition. Nova goes up, and nice splits out of Cure. Yeah, he splits well. The Novas are not connecting. Oh, that was what, 4 Novas. Now that's 5. Storm does help. But Curie's moving in. Nice snipe. Takes down the High Templar. But you see Classic trying to chase Cure down. This isn't really the army built for that sort of thing. That's knocking down more bases. Like, Classic's still stuck with this Gateway army. Unfortunately, he just has no bank. Like, he has mining, yes, but he has mainly minerals, no gas. He can't switch into Sky Toss. He can't throw down a 3rd Robo. Another base is falling. They do trade a base for a base. 16 SCV kills. Cure down to 38 SCVs. But he has mules, baby. True. That's all he needs. As more bases are going down. He gets 3 Nexi. The golds. Linear 3rd. The 4th base. Now top left. Catching more bases. Now, Classic, he can still win this though. He can still win a fight. He has 10 disruptors. Okay, that's a lot of Novas. That's a lot of balls. If they connect well, Classic, he can pull this off. Speaking of Novas, they will connect. Oh, barely not. Oh my god, the target firing at a Q. Oh my, he takes out almost every single disruptor. That was what, 8 disruptors going down. 1 Nova connected. That was crazy. The Novas did not connect whatsoever. That was insane target firing. You can see the supply plummet for Classic. He plummets 50 supply. And you can see how poorly this army for Classic scales. This is why we did mention the soup does lie. Like, both armies are max, but one is not quite like the other. That's a kill, not a cancel. And Classic, he has nothing left. He has nothing left. Curie snowballs out of control. Again, it's just purely gateway units out of Classic. That's all he has. That's all he can rely upon. And the game was almost determined when Classic lost all of his Colossus, if you recall, like 10 minutes ago. And he just hasn't recovered since then. It's just been on a knife's edge since that moment for Classic. And yeah, it has gone in favor of Cure, taking down more bases, more expansions. Classic is starving out. And now he's forced to fight, and he has to fight without disruptors. Novas are coming from behind, but now it's just purely Zealot, purely Stalker. Gets on top of the Ghost though. Ghosts are going down. Boys are being pulled. Oh, jeez, the kiting is brutal. Yeah, nice kiting here by Cure. Takes down the Zealots, takes down 31 probes. And Cure is being cleaned up, but remember, Cure, he can afford these trades. As he's rebuilding back at home. Oh, losing medevacs. These are expensive losses, though. Losing those medevacs. And Classic is all in. Classic, this is the mining that he has. He has one probe here at the linear third. Here at the triangular third base, he's got half a base. Meanwhile, Cure, he has a fully fresh mining base here top left. Assuming he can hold on to it. And he can. Oh, Disruptors though. Flanking Disruptors come in. They do not connect. And Cure shuts down the army. Classic, he cannot fight head on like this, as he will lose everything. The Zealots, the Stalkers. And again, yeah, Classic did his best to recover, but GG gets called. Cure, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Cure does take lead in the series. Again, a very intense back and forth, and this is the game that we never got from GuMiho, right? GuMiho, we had hyper aggression, some quirky builds. Here, much more standard play out of Cure. I would say that Classic, it did feel like he got into his own head a little bit. If you remember, Classic, he had a really rough start to the game just because he was being hyper defensive and hyper safe, delaying his bases, delaying his third base, delaying his fourth base, staying on a low base count for longer, building up an army, and getting ready for an assault that never really came, that never really arrived. So it did feel like a misread out of Classic at the start of the game, and we didn't mention it, both armies had maxed out, but the fight that really swung everything in favor of Cure and gave him momentum, and he never let go of it, was that fight where Classic lost 5 Disruptors and 4 Colossus. There was that fight outside of his triangular third base where he did commit in. He lost everything to the Vikings, everything to the Bio army as well. If you remember, we spoke about it, how Classic, he survived that. The supplies were neck and neck, but Classic, his entire Robo army got reset and he never recovered from there. It took him so long because he only had 2 robos, he didn't have many gases, he didn't have a good economy behind it either, so he didn't have that advantage that you otherwise would have in this matchup. And it was just playing catch up, from there. Towards the end, there was that one final battle where he was able to build up to 10 Disruptors, which meant that he had potential, but we saw that only 1 Nova connected. It was crazy, the target firing at a Cure, as he denied every single Disruptor, every single Nova. It was insane. GG. GG well played with that. Cure takes game 1. Now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. And again, it did feel like Classic, he was just maybe overthinking, maybe playing a little bit too scared, not too confident. And we'll see if he can adjust coming into game 2. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. Here we go. So we are building up. We are settling in. And already we have Classic checking for proxies. Also, welcome to Maganatha. Maganatha is the largest map in the map pool. Don't get larger than Maganatha, so we do expect longer macro games on this map. We just had one on Tokamak, and I feel like when it comes to maps that we would expect to see longer games, at the top of the list, Maganatha and Tokamak. Those are the top 2 maps here for longer macro games. As the base count is quite high, the rush distance by ground is quite long. But Cure once again opens up double gas opener out of Cure. Now, as a reminder, it happened half an hour ago at this point, but at the beginning of the last game, Cure, he did go for a double gas opener. This led into Cloak Banshee, if you recall, which didn't really do that much damage. He led into, I want to say, only 1 Cloak Banshee as well. He went Banshee into Raven, and he was able to keep Classic busy. Likewise, Classic did Scout, and the double gas opener does do it again. Does also confirm, and Classic Cure reacted. Again, he was playing like he was expecting a 2-base all-in, when Cure was just expanding. He was just chilling on 2 bases, he got his 3rd CC, he built up, he was only on 3 Raxes. Now, I do expect Cure to 2-base all in at some point in this series, but not yet. Not yet, not so far. Now it does move out, checks for proxies. Moving out across the map, standard opener here by Classic. So we are building up. Oh, Classic did go Zealot first. Okay. Bit of a cheeky move here. The goal of this first Zealot is to try to delay the economy. Meanwhile, we have Reaper Hellion initially here by Cure. So he has units early on. Now going for the Zealot. Zealot tries to delay. And we'll get a swipe off, and he does delay the CC by a couple of seconds, but does not kill the SCV. Likewise, Adept is spotted. And so far, Cure's keeping up. He is keeping up. Meanwhile, I mean, I spoke about Classic expecting aggression out of Cure last game. Do you see what I see? I see 3 gates on the way. 4 Gapling Stalker. This is a rare sight nowadays. Again, this was very trendy a year ago, especially from Max. He was in love with 4 Gapling Stalker, like especially circa 2023 coming into 2024. But this build has fallen by the wayside just because it was so common and so prevalent, and players, they got so used to shutting it down. You know, behind this, we do have our eventual 3-1-1 setup. Attack levels on the way for the tanks. And what do we see here? Actually, my apologies. This 4th gateway might just be to wall. Okay. Just because of the Hellions. So I believe Classic is going to be canceling that gate. So Classic just being very safe, very secure. And yeah, there's a cancel. So he does cancel. Meanwhile, Hellion drop into the natural. Oh, he can 2-shot probes. He can 2-shot. He gets 1 probe so far. Oh, gets a sentry, not bad. And drops further into the main. I was so excited about the 4-gate blink. But never mind. So far, this is the same build 2 games in a row. As you can see here, Classic, he stays even longer on 2 bases. He gets gases, he gets a robo, he delays his 3rd. We saw that this was just hyper safe play last game on Tokamak, and we're seeing it again here on Maganatha. And this is hurting Classic. I'm kind of. My apologies. Do you see what I see? Early stim. We are rushing into stim very early on here by Cure. We spoke earlier how last game it felt like Classic was like blindly getting ready for a 2-base all-in that never arrived. Once again, Jesus, like he's doing it again. He throws down 3 extra gateways on 2 bases before expanding. Meanwhile, Cure rushing into stim real fast and real quick, also building up 2 bases as well. And coming into this, I think I favor Classic here. Like, this is going to be a little bit better for him, as he's going to be focusing on an army and focusing on charge. Charge is on the way. Classic is moving out. Here comes the move out. Cure, this is going to be very committed on 2 bases. Yep, he does pull the boys. Yeah, 2-base all in. You could hear me stop myself from calling it a 2-base all in because I didn't see extra Raxes, but yeah, 2-base all in out of Cure. Does move out. And I do think that Classic should be getting ready for, I mean, he should be relatively set up for this. Trying to slow this down. It's on Classic to buy time. I think I said Cure. But yeah, Classic should be ready for this. Warping in more Stalkers. He needs more time for the charge, though. Charge is still on the way. Picks away a couple of SCVs. A couple of workers going down. Cure, he's pushing in. Gateways are finishing up. He's supply blocked. No, he's supply blocked. Classic. He needs pylons. Pylons are finishing up. Breaks out of the supply block. Here we go, warping in 6 outs at a time. But he needs charge. Bunkers are setting up. Stalkers are trying to catch reinforcements, and they will. And Marines are going down, but he doesn't get the tank. Tank does survive. Charge is almost done. He needs a couple more seconds. Needs a few more seconds here. As we're 5 seconds away. Pylon is under fire. Stalkers are still catching reinforcements. But now with the 3 tanks. And the Robo gets depowered. Massive pickoff. Yeah, the Robo's going to go down. Denies the second immortal. That's going to be a tough hold for Classic. He's going in. Comes in for this round. He gets 1 tank. He gets 1. He gets 2. And he's trying to get the final tank as well. But this is a rough trade. The Archon gets stuck. Yeah, and Curie's done it. Curie, he has done it. He breaks on through. Classic, he barely didn't have enough. Again, with an extra immortal, that may be enough to break him. But Curie stims in. He stims in. He gets into the mineral line. GG gets called. Curie overwhelms, and Curie takes a 2-0 lead. GG. Whew. GG, well played. That is a concerning game. So again, Cure, he doubled down, he went for a 2-base all-in. As I mentioned, Classic, it felt like he was almost blindly getting ready for a 2-base all-in. Almost blindly. We spoke about this during the herO game, where to defend herO, he went for charge over Blink. He went for a charge opener instead to shut down GuMiho. To be fair, that was against a 1-base all-in, but here charge was just a couple seconds too late for Classic. Also unfortunate that he wasn't able to catch that 3rd tank. If you remember, when he was catching reinforcements, he missed that 3rd tank, so that would have been huge if he could snipe that tank and slow it down and slow down his opponent. Likewise, if that 2nd immortal finished as well, I mean, that would have been a massive way to deal with the 2nd tank that much faster as well. Like, everything would have been different if he had caught a tank, if he had finished the Robo, or finished the immortal, if he had gotten charged a little bit sooner as well. Like, it was very close and very clutch. And for Classic to lose this game, especially on Maganatha, that is concerning here, considering this build and what it's meant to achieve. So GG, well played. Cure, he pulls off the all-in regardless of Classic setup, and Cure is up to 0-1 game away from claiming the series. Let's go. We're getting into game 3, and we'll see if Classic does shift gears. Fun fact, this build that we've seen from Classic, he's done the same build 2 games in a row, just very 2-base heavy. And even against the 2-base all-in, it doesn't quite pay off. But here we go. We're now getting into game number 3, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 2-0, 1 game away from advancing on to the grand finals. It is a Cure. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. Here we go. So we are going to be settling in. And at this point, my eyes are going to be on Classic here. Again, he has gone a 3-gate blink into 5-gate charge on 2 bases twice now. And it hasn't really been paying off. It hasn't worked in a longer macro game, hasn't worked in a shorter all-in game either. So we'll see how Classic and Pieces hold together. Likewise, Cure, for the first time, only 1 gas. Let's go. Game 1 and Game 2, we saw Cure go double gas as an opener into a faster factory. This time he's going for a faster CC. So Cure, he does shift gears completely into something more economic. Classic does poke in. Does poke in. He does delay the CC for a moment here, as the CC now has to lift and land, and that will delay by a couple of seconds. But overall, it is still on the way. Meanwhile, Cure going Marine first. He skips the Reaper. Likewise, does skip the SCV Scout as well. And we're just building up. And again, the all-in that we saw last game was really interesting as well, just rushing into early stim. Usually we see like a prioritization of tanks to build up to like 3 or 4 tanks and only have Marines to buffer, but instead Cure, his Marines were almost the damage dealers there. It's very different, much more unique, something that I don't see as much or as often. That specific 2-base all-in. As from here, Twilight Council opener out of Classic. Cure going for a 1/1/1, and this time going into Reactored Hellion. Now this could be for an extra pair of Hellions to go for a Hellion drop or a Hellion aggression, or we could see 2 Hellions into 2 Widowmines into a Widowmine drop instead. And we haven't seen a Widowmine drop play at all this entire broadcast, either from Cure or from GuMiho. Just has not happened yet. Yep. Meanwhile, we're seeing it here. A much more standard game. This is the most standard play that we've seen from a Terran player this entire night. Opening up Rax Expand into Widowmine drop. Let's go. So much more passive start out of Cure. Again, much more economic. And I'm sure Classic is going to be so much more comfortable here. Back at home, 3-gate blink out of Classic. I don't see any gases yet, so we might see Classic go for a faster third base before his gases, before his robo. Secure is moving out. Let's go. This Quad Mind Drop. The Quad Mind Drop towards the main. Classic back at home is securing himself. And yeah, it looks like he is taking his gas at the natural. Never mind. Probe gets hunted down. Mind Drop towards the main. Classic, he is still in position though. As he warps in extra Stalkers. Widowmine is there forced to drop. 1 medevac falls. And does nice mining. Getting 3 probe kills. It's okay damage. It's nice mining time more than anything. As Cure tries to get more damage. There's still 1 Widowmine left. And I'm hoping the Classic does know that. I hope he is aware. As back now we have bunkers being thrown down. Widowmine does scuttle in. Gets 1 more probe. And Classic does expand. Now, referring to standard play, Cure, again, Widowmine drop opener into bunkers and tanks to defend on 2 bases, building up towards the mid game. Meanwhile, Classic, instead of going for a Robo, he does go for the Nexus before Robo, does go for a later Gas Geyser. This is much more economic by Classic. So both players being more economic. Classic is playing safe with his Stalkers, now going into charge, +1, into delayed Colossus production. Like, this is like more standard meta PvT. And this is the only standard game that we've seen, again, so far tonight. Yeah, the only one. But that's what this is. As the Raven moves in. Oh. Catching out a Stalker. Likewise, there's that Gateway Explosion. Again, it's a little more common nowadays. I should talk about that. In the past, it used to be more common to go Blink Stalker into splash damage, into Colossus. But here, it's been more common to go into Charge as a follow-up. It's just safer. Considering how much 2-base play there's been from the side of Terran, Charge is a good way to punish that kind of 2-base all-in style or 2-base aggression. So this does allow Classic to be safe. It also punishes aggression as well with run-bys and counterattacks with Charge drops or Zealot run-bys. And then this leads into either Storm or Colossus, whichever the Protoss does prefer. And we have the answer, Colossus. Bay's on the way for the Colossus production. Meanwhile, Cure getting a 3rd CC. And Cure is contained on 2 bases until he does finish Stim. Stim is now done. Now he can break out and expand. Speaking of breaking out, he does go for a double drop. Ooh. Trying to find those Stalkers. Okay. You have my attention. Basically, Cure's trying to bait the Stalkers, trying to bait out a Blink. Cure coming in on the right-hand side. And the flank is set up. But he doesn't force any Blinks. Yeah, Classic, he pulls away. I think he saw the medevac. Classic, he doesn't take the bait. See, Cure's still hunting for him. Tanks are exposed. Gets one. Does catch tank. Nice catch here from Classic. Here rotating over. Oh, a bit of a miss. Classic, calm down. Does snipe his own Stalker. Knocks down the tower. Oh no! Okay, Senju does survive. As Curie breaks out, remember behind this is expanding, getting his third base fully operational. Curie will get a pylon. Classic moving in. He's trying to. Meanwhile, as Cure pushes, we do see Classic punish with that Zealot Runway. We spoke about this at the start of the game. This is the advantage here of going into charge that much faster. Is these Zealot Runways. Not going for the SCVs, but going for the production. Okay. Doesn't really achieve too much. As he's going to run into the main army. Uh-oh. And that's target firing there out of a Cure. Meanwhile, as Zealots, there we go, they do hit the third. 10 SCVs, 11, 12. Oh my god, 11 SCVs go down. Nice run by. Again, this shows the strength here of delaying Colossus. It does mean that your main army is a little bit weaker because your splash damage is delayed, but you have so much counterattack potential as we're getting ready for another Zealot run by. And you're just punishing the Terran player for being active. You're punishing Cure for moving out. Mine shots are being baited. Celts move in. They deny more mining. Meanwhile, more Zealot Warpins, more run-bys. And Classic gets a fourth. Again, just keeping Cure busy. This Observer just tells him every single time Cure moves out. As he moves out, Zealot move in once again. Oh, let's rewind so. Mine shots, they don't quite fully connect. They get cleaned up. And Cure, he's not turning around. He's not turning around. Curie's had enough. He's pushing. Meanwhile, their Colossus waiting never goes up. Grazes the army. Nothing major yet. As Curie's stemming in. Barely out of range of the base. Dropping into the main instead. And there's not much in the main. Classic out of position. He's trying to respond. Job going for the Bay. The Bay is going to go down. At the same time, Zealots, they do catch reinforcements. But Curie's not stopping. And can he pull Classic apart here? Yeah, again, the mineral line probes are falling. The base as well. Yeah, Classic just cannot keep up. 11 probe kills. And the expansion. Ay, ay, ay. Classic losing far too much. Behind this now, he has preserved his army. That is true. Like, the main army for Classic is still quite competitive. But the base, the economy, is hurting. As he loses the base, losing mineral line. Curie scans looking for another base. He's content seeing that there is none. Happy to see there is no Nexus. Classic coming in from behind. Oh. Now, what does Classic have? He has 2 Colossus and 2 Disruptors, and mainly a Zealot composition. Now, we spoke how this heavy Zealot composition struggled last time we saw this on Tokamak, but that was only in a longer game state where Cure had Ghost and they had 3-3. Here he's still working on 2-2. We do have a second Robo, and the Bay has to be rebuilt. Ay ay ay. Cure, he's maxed out. And Cure, he can take a fight. He has to use this army. He's got 42 Marines, 24 Marauders, a couple of Vikings, not too many. But he's trying to keep up with the army of Classic. Classic doing a great job of just distracting, at buying time. As Cure, despite maxing out for the past minute, he's been kind of posturing at home. Once again, as he moves out, Classic hits the natural. SCV is going down. Likewise, collapsing here on the third. Getting on top of the tank. The tank also gets picked up. Not bad. And Cure, he's just being delayed. He wants to move out. He wants to push. But time and time again, 11 SCVs do fall. And now he breaks out with only half his army. Uh-oh. And this is a fight that Classic can take. It's only half. Vikings are going down. Gets one, gets two Vikings. Medivacs is still pinned behind the base. And Classic, he was in a rough position. He lost an expansion, he lost 11 pros, but Classic, he's back. He has recovered. It also helps that, again, he didn't lose any of his high-tech units. Like, he was mainly losing his economy, but now he's replenished that economy. His main army is still stable. This Classic is moving in. Oh! My shot on the sentries. Nice connection. But last cure, he's completely out of position. He's racing on over. The mineral line is exposed. Losing 13 SCVs. And Classic, he doesn't overcommit. Takes down the mineral line and then backs off. I say that. Classic moving back in. He sees an opening. And Cure retreats. Classic kills the CC. Massive pickup. My center goes down. And suddenly, Cure's all in. He lost the base. He lost the mineral line. He's down to 46 SCVs. Mules are good, but they're not that good. Uh-oh. I mean, he still has a massive army. He still has a lot of ghosts. He still has a lot of EMPs. He gets spotted by the Observer. Observer gets sniped. Nova's going to be going up. Up! Nova's, they take down a ghost. Not bad. One ghost goes down. There's 8 Vikings. Vikings don't know where they need to be. They need to zone away the Colossus. Now moving in, and Classic going for the base trade. Just gives up the base, gives up the expansion. Nexus goes down. And Classic is committing. And Cure, he responds. He races back home. Uh-oh. Remember, Classic can always recall. He can always recall back. Forcing his way up the ramp. So Pride is also going to go down. Colossus are exposed. Oh, decent Nova. Nova goes off. Vikings are getting picked off as well. Classic cashing the main army. Cure, his army is split. Classic is not. Classic has everything together. Everything all at once. And we'll see if he does decide to recall. As he doesn't kill the natural. Rotating over towards the third base. Likewise, third base of Classic also going down. Trading a base for a base. Does trade expansions. Both armies are supply blocked. Classic is maxed. Cure is not. And Classic turns around. He turns around. He kills the natural, the third, the fourth base as well. And now Classic wants the army. He wants that main army. He's searching for it. Remember, Cure's army is split. It's cut in half. And he's getting caught out. Yeah, massive catch. He wants a Medivac. He gets one. Gets two. Ooh, completely out a lot of storms in the process. Nova's going up. Ooh, brutal connections. The Nova's, they shut this down. And Cure, he will lose everything. Half the army falls. Now there's only half an army left. He's got one Medivac, a handful of Vikings. Again, Cure just getting picked apart. Now, thankfully, he did save his natural CC. Barely. Classic has a larger army, has a greater economy, more probes. Now rebuilding it, double expanding. Getting a third and a fourth. So we have how many? We have 6 disruptors. Jesus, 6 disruptors. And at this point, the best thing for Class to do is just defend. Just defend. Like, he has an advantage. He's as he has to clear up his bases. But he's double expanding, getting a third, getting a fourth base. Cure is stuck on 2 bases. Like, Classic's advantage here is his army, and he has no reason not to max out. The best chance for Cure is maybe another base trade. So another base trade or Classic overextending. But things are looking dire here for Cure. I mean, he does have a lot of Marauders. Jesus. So he has almost as many Marauders as our Marines. Classic, he does rotate. Doesn't quite commit up the ramp. If Classic wanted to, he could just try to push into the natural and then recall if he needs to. Now they're dancing with the army. Oh. Here looking for the observer. There is none. Classic's playing blind. Does get up the ramp. Ooh, Kira getting caught out of position. Yeah, Kiri's now on the low ground. They're going to try to come in from behind. The boys are being pulled. And here come the Novas. Novas are popping off. Ooh, brutal connections. They shut down the bio. And the Colossus, they just rain down on the army. Yeah, the Marines overstimmed. And Classic, he will dominate this fight. That's all that Kira had left. Bleeding out Vikings, bleeding out Medevacs. GG gets called. And Classic fights back. Classic puts a point on the board. Whew, GG. Hi. GG. Well played. A very, very intense game here as Cure honestly had a lead. If you remember, I'm referring to the moment where Cure, he was able to get 11 probe kills and he killed the 4th. Like Cure, he was in a really strong position, denying the economy, denying the bases. And if you remember, Cure, he was maxed out. He was up, I want to say 40 supply. And what did Classic do? Classic, he was just going for run-bys and counterattacks. We had a Zealot drop into the natural, Zealot run-by towards the 3rd base, and Cure, he was playing scared. Like, he didn't really know what he was up against. Obviously, he didn't know how much of a lead he had, but because Cure was stuck at home and stuck trying to respond to the Zealot run-bys, it allowed Classic to recover. And Classic, he was able to rebuild his bases, rebuild his economy, and then keep up its supply. But there was a big window in time there where Classic was very vulnerable. It was very vulnerable to Cure, but Cure, he didn't take advantage of that. He was more defensive, more passive, and with that, Classic was able to recover. And then we had the base trade, of course. So we had the base trade, a bit of an awkward base trade for Cure. You know, his army was caught in half. He was caught out. Like, it was very messy. GG. GG, well played. With that, we have a game 4. We have a series. We have a back and forth. Also, a big shout out to Kamikaze in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. Welcome, happy welcome. As we are jumping into game 4 here of our series of our best of 5. Going to be loading into Pylon. I don't like the chain theme. Ask GSL, Pappy. What are you? I'm just using what GSL has. Okay, I'm chained up, Pappy. I'm chained up. Feels GSL, man. But spawning in the top left hand corner of Pylon, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran leading the series 2-1, and still 1 game away from claiming the series. It is Cure. I know. It's all good. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Team Virtus Pro. It is a Classic. GSL, they just want to chain us up, Pappy. And throw away the key. Oh no. So now we are going to be settling in and calming down. And fun fact, of the one standard game Classic took, right? If you recall, last game it was an economic opener out of Cure, going into a Widmine drop into Bio Tank, and Classic, he was able to thrive a little bit more there, able to punish with Zealot run-bys time and time again, cripple the economy, outposition Cure at times. Like, that was a much more comfortable game for Classic, and I wouldn't be surprised if Cure, he avoids that again. He was like, you know what? Let's not play standard. Let's like that didn't work out well. Let's just be hyper aggressive. I say that single gas opener 2 games in a row now. Okay, going for a more economic start, going for the CC on the low ground. The Classic, he'll be in position to delay the command center. Okay, it's on Classic. Oh, and he will force the base to be off center, so not bad. Does force it off center, goes back in, tases away at the SEV. As hello, do you see what I see? Tech Lab. He goes Marine Tech Lab first. Are we going into Concussive Shell Marauders? Okay, I mean, this is a really good way to punish your opponent for trying to punish you. Basically what's happening here, first things first, Classic, he does spot the economic start. He knows that there's a CC on the low ground, and if you remember last game, Classic, he tried to delay that command center. So the goal here is that Cure, he knows that Classic is aware of the economic start, and the goal is to try to punish any stalkers or any adepts trying to be aggressive and trying to delay his economy. Speaking of, Stalker is fanning out, just scouting. Classic, he doesn't move out across the map. Again, Cure, he's hoping that Classic moves in. He's hoping that Classic moves out with those Stalkers. But so far, that is not happening. Classic is playing it safe. So this initial timing, it's not really worth it for Cure. He's trying to punish, but there's nothing to punish. And Classic, he moves out with the hallucination. Behind this, Twilight Council's on the way. Ooh, and that is a second Rax before Factory. This is the first sign of a 2-base all-in. Okay, hyper aggressive here from Classic. Yep, there we go. We do have a third Rax on the way. This does scream 2-base all-in. And Classic, he scouts. He's aware. He does see the lack of starports. Now, from here, Cure, the purpose of this is to go for the add-on swap into tank production to build up a really fast and really early tank count. But no, that is a Cyclone first. Okay. Hallucination runs out, and Cure, he might go for a starport here. We'll see. We'll see how it does bring this all together. Classic Jesus. Classic 2K Blink. He doesn't flinch. This is the greedy. Wait, hold on. Okay, there's a lot to get into. First things first, we're going to Pylon. Pylon is one of the more aggressive maps on the map pool. Short rush distance by ground, very direct. We see a lot of all-ins on Pylon, by the way. Like, all-ins are a lot more common on this map. Meanwhile, Classic, this entire series, he's been going for these safer builds. Last game, he went 3-gate blink because he saw the economic start. This time, 2-gate blink into a third. This is the greediest build and the greediest follow-up you can go for here for Classic. So very greedy because of this. Later gateways, later robo, later immortal production, later warp-ins as well. This is quite greedy from Classic, considering he saw the Raxes, by the way. So I'm a little bit shocked. I'm a little bit surprised, considering he saw the Raxes, considering the map as well. As Stim is on the way, Combat Shields, this is going to be a very early Stim timing for Cure. This build actually is reminding me of what happened in Game 2 on Maganatha. Remember, on Maganatha, Cure went for a 2-base all-in, and Classic got shut down. Here, I'm afraid we might see a repeat of that, with Classic even having less to defend. We'll see. But this is very similar to the build that we saw on Maganatha. I think Stim was even faster on Maganatha, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 2-base all-in. Yeah, 2 more Raxes. So on Maganatha, this was different. This was a 3-1 setup on Maganatha. Here, it's going to be a 5-Rax setup. Jesus. Which means Cure, he has the option to pull the boys. For now, he zones away. Charge has begun. And unlike on Maganatha, remember, there's no robo. That means there's no immortal production, which means tanks are going to be more difficult to deal with. Ooh, oh my god, it's brutal. Tank boys going off, does punish Classic. Very nice catch for Cure. I'm waiting for the moment. Where he pulls the trigger. This was meant to be a 5-Rax setup. He's getting up to 6 Raxes. Okay. That just doubles down even more. And here we go. Okay, a couple of boys being pulled to repair for now. Topping up his army. The tanks, they punish once again. More Stalkers going down. So far, 2 Stalkers have fallen. Every Stalker counts. And here comes Cure. He does break out. Behind this, no add-ons on the Raxes does signify all in. And the boys are being pulled. The hallucination does confirm. Classic is now aware, but remember, he saw the beginning of this earlier. And Classic, what does he have? Okay, charge is done. Okay, charge is done. Likewise, he has a couple of force fields. Tanks take siege ahead of time. The boys have arrived. Stalkers are being zoned away. Kika's Shell coming into play there. Bunkers being thrown down. Classic trying to catch reinforcements. And Classic, he does catch a couple of Marines. Barely does get the tank. Oh my god, does get it. Tank goes down. Charge doesn't collapse on the army. Comes in from behind, gets over the tanks, and the tanks are going down. And it looks like Classic, he is cleaning this up, takes out every single tank, but the Marines though. Marines, they stim in. They stim on forward. All the tanks did fall. I mean, that was the backbone of this army. kyore, he's losing a lot of steam. He's losing a lot of momentum. And remember, no medevacs. Like, every stim counts. Like, every stim, it hurts that much more. So he has to be so careful with his stims. That's pushing forward. Does stim forward. Yeah, takes down the zealots. Kites back. Goes to the stim. The tank does kite back as well. And he takes out all the charge. I'll say the zealots, they just melt against the army. No shield batteries. Okay. It's a bold move there by Classic. No shield battery support. Tank pops off, takes down the gateways. And the Master Marine is stimming. And he's winning. Oh. As the boys are being pulled, he takes down the tank. What about the Marines though? What about the Bio? Starter steps in, does focus on the Stalkers. And kyore, he has barely done it, takes down 17 probes. Still has that one reinforcing tank. Oof. Does punish. And still commits. Behind this, he only has 26 SCVs. Like, again, he was completely all in with this. Wait, do we have enough? Can we get on top of the tank? Ah, barely not. Tank does survive. Again, Classic, he needs just a little bit more time. He needs extra warpins. Shield batteries on the way. The army's overstimmed. Can Classic survive? As he still needs a little bit more time. Stalkers get cleaned up. Another stim. Another stim with the Marines. Here comes the reinforcing Immortal. But there's still just so many Marines here. 25 Marines. They do start a step forward. They take down the Stalkers. They take down the Immortal as well. There's what, 6 Stalkers left. kyore can just barely afford 1 extra tank each time. He's got the 1 tank. The boys that pulled for the 2nd time as well. The boys are back. Throws down the bunker. Classic once again trying to catch reinforcements. Gets a Marine. Gets a Marine. Hoping to catch a tank as well. Does force kyore back. But there's no getting on top of that tank. Does get focused down, but he does pay the price for it. So many Stalkers fall in the process. And there are just so many Marines. Jesus. They're overstimmed, but they're still up and running. Denies the warp in. Gets into the natural mineral line. The bunkers are completing. Is able to load up. Not bad. And now there's another tank once again. Tanks, they just keep on coming. The bunker's up. It's actually coming into play. Came to the production. Yeah, and kyore's done it. He has done it. He breaks on through. Classic, he was just so greedy here as well. When it came to his scouting, when it came to his response. He saw the 3 maxes at the start of the game, and GG gets called. kyore, he will overwhelm. He will take the series 3-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very intense final game there. kyore, he does take it. He does claim the series. Again, I want to say that Classic, he did a great job when it came to the first fight. I was very impressed with Classic resetting the tank count. Remember, he killed those 3 tanks real fast. They were the first things to go down. But he couldn't deal with the Master Marine. Remember, it was 6 racks, not 5, so an extra racks there for kyore. So he was able to have extra Marines. He was able to, I mean, his starter stepping was insane. His trades were insane as well. It was also rough that we had a lot of Stalkers going down prematurely before the main fight began. And kyore, he barely had enough. Despite not having any medevacs, he preserved his Marines nonetheless. And they could just keep on stimming and did break through. GG, well played. And you could also argue, and I would say it as well, that Classic was a little bit greedy in his defense as well, right? His shield batteries were late, they were delayed. Again, he went for a much faster third base, much greater economy. Again, he was punished for it with the all-in. Congratulations to kyore. And with that, we have our grand finals, or as we switch our scenes over and catch up on the brackets, catch up on what has been going on. Whew, here we go. herO took down GuMiho 3-1 earlier. He was able to advance on to the grand finals. Meanwhile, Classic did fall to kyore, so the TVPs do continue. Nothing but Terran, nothing but Protoss here in the top 4 of GSL, and we have herO versus kyore in the the grand finals. Let's go. We have herO being the strongest, I would say, Protoss player in the world right now, and kyO having some of the best TVP in the world as well. Again, kyO, he had a shaky kind of early April, if you remember, when we were casting the May Mayhem. His TVP was looking shaky, but here in GSL, he is looking prepared. And again, typically relying on aggression. We saw this in the group stage as well. If you're watching kyO, you would know that in the group stage, in group stage 1, group stage 2, in kyO's TVPs, he went for non-stop 2-base all-ins. Non-stop 2-base all-ins and 2-base aggression. And fun fact, he also relied on it here as well versus Classic. We saw a 2-base all-in on Maganatha, and we saw a 2-base all-in on Pylon as well. Like kyO, he's been hyper aggressive in this matchup, finding a lot of success. The one standard game is the one game that Classic won on Ultra Love. the one standard game is where Classic did overwhelm and did succeed and was able to take a map. But the aggression, or I should say kyO, he's just been relying a lot more on aggression, has been finding a lot of success, and with that, he brings Classic down. Now, what I will say is that now herO and kyO, they have an interesting dynamic, because if they're both going to be hyper aggressive, we're going to have some messy games. Because I feel like herO, he's less of a standard player than Classic is. He's less of one to build up into a standard mid game. He is one to embrace that, don't get me wrong. Like herO, he's more than happy to embrace a mid game and embrace a late game in this matchup, but he's also quirky himself, so we'll see how they do approach each other. GuMiho was also being very active and very aggressive against herO, but very distinctly different. Remember, GuMiho was going for 2-on-1s, he was going for mech as well. Like, GuMiho had his own style, very distinctly different to kyO, very different. So we'll see how this does turn out. For now, though, we're going to be going on a break. We're nearing the end here of the broadcast, the end of GSL Season 1, so we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be taking some time here to just get ready to take a breath, to get some snacks, get some water. I do recommend drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and hydrate all of your hydras. When we come back, we'll have the grand finals. We'll have a best of 7 between herO and kyO. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals here of the 2025 GSL Season 1. We finally made it. Again, a very short, condensed version of GSL, but a GSL nonetheless. We've made it. We have our top two players. We have herO and Cure. We have our Protoss and our Terran, our top two of Korea. And we'll see who can claim that first win and that EWC spot for the, or that spot for the Esports World Cup. Let's go. Let's go. As a reminder, of course, GSL alongside DreamHack Dallas, alongside Star Zagor, they have partnered, or they have, in a way, partnered with the Esports World Cup to actually provide some slots, to provide some available participation slots here for the esports, for the end of year finals, for the world finals of the Esports World Cup. And of course, that's going to be a big event coming in the next couple of months, coming into July, I believe, coming into August. It's right around the corner. Right around the corner. We're about to find out our first player to make it to that event as we are jumping to game one. Again, best of 7 grand finals as well. Limited vetoes, more games between herO and Cure. Let's go. Let's go. Game one is going to be on Persephone. Again, Persephone being one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool, and we have seen a lot of aggression from both players. We were emphasizing previously how Cure, he's been a lot more heavily reliant on 2-base play and 2-base all-ins, and he's been finding a lot of success throughout the group stage and even against Classic in the semis as well. Cure, he's been hyper aggressive in this matchup. Meanwhile, herO is also very diverse when it comes to his own play, is also very cheeky and very aggressive himself. And we'll see what kind of dynamic this unfolds into. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Blue Protoss player, representing his new team, Twisted Minds. It is herO. Here we go. As first things first, I'm sure herO, he was watching that previous semifinals. I'm sure he is aware of how aggressive Cure has been so far, and he's going to be keeping his tabs, keeping eyes on Cure as the probe does move in to keep an eye on the timing of the gas. Speaking of double gas opener out of Cure. Now, this doesn't have to lead into a 2-base all-in, but that is one of the possibilities. This can lead into early tank production, early cyclone production, reactive Reaper Hellion, Banshee play as well. Aggression is on the horizon here for Cure. How aggressive, though, it's going to be up to herO to determine. To piece it all together and to respond. Meanwhile, welcome one more to Persephone. Persephone is one of the smaller maps in the map pool, more aggressive, shorter rush distance by ground. Because of that, we have seen a lot more shorter games on Persephone. There are some certain features that can make a longer game instead. I mean, we have the goal bases on the right-hand side. We have the healing pad in the center as well. You expand it typically away from your opponent, not necessarily towards too much to your opponent either. So we'll see how our players will approach this, specifically Cure. So far, racks into factory makes sense because, of course, double gas. From here, we can go into a star put, into a 1-base all-in, or, of course, just a standard CC after this. As the probe is being chased down. And eventually we'll see how we turn this out. Actually, okay, reactor to Reaper Hellion out of Cure. This is something we have not seen at all yet today so far. Now, this can lead into additional Reapers, into 4 Reapers and 2 Hellions. And the purpose of that would be to deal economic damage, as the probe is locked in and the Reapers will hunt it down. There's that CC on the low ground. Reaper Hellion's on the way. And Cure heal. He does commit into additional Reapers. Meanwhile, the pylon gets thrown down to get an eye on the first unit here, but it's going to be forced to cancel. It delays the Reapers at least, but doesn't see much else. So it is going to be reactive Reaper Hellion. And again, as we mentioned, the purpose of this opener, the purpose of this style is to get economic damages, to get into mineral lines and roast up some probes. herO, he's on the high ground. Oh. Will deflect. Cure backing off for the time being. Is going to be reinforcing. And from here, only 2 Hellions. Okay, only 2 Hellions. Doesn't go up to 3. Now making add-ons. Tech Lab is on the way. We'll see if he goes for early tanks, if he goes for Cyclone, if he goes for Banshee play instead. Reapers, a bust into the main mineral line. Hellions towards a natural. So far, herO is keeping up. Hallucination gets across the map, gets eyes on the add-on swap. So Tech Lab into add-on swap into Banshee, or even just Raven. Meanwhile, Curie commits into the low ground. Doesn't quite get the sentry. Nice for no, the force fields. They only catch one of the Hellions. A little bit misplaced. That could have been everything, but a little bit off center there with that second shield battery. So with that second force field. And it is going to be Cloak Banshee. So add-on swap into Cloak Banshee from Cure. Tank production has begun. And remember, herO, he saw the add-on swap, and which means in herO's mind, it could be one of two things. Either Cloak Banshee, or regular Banshee, or Raven. Meanwhile, taking gases, Robo on 2 bases. Very late third base for herO, so herO's playing very safe here. Staying on 2 bases that much longer. Getting into charge. Cure's checking for a third base timing. He sees no third. But he sees that the pylon is being thrown down. The probe is in position, so he knows that the third base is just late. He knows that herO has been staying on 2 bases that much longer, and we're going into 2 base Colossus. Bay's on the way before the expansion. So really fast Colossus production out of herO. Likewise, here he also went charge first, not blink, so really safe play here from our Protoss. Just really early charge. Hallucination dips in. I believe he did see the Banshee. Cloak is done. But without blink, it's going to be more difficult to do with these Banshees. Zealots are fanning out. But again, the Banshees, they can wreak havoc. So once again, you can see here, he was almost expecting an earlier push. Like an earlier move out. That hasn't happened. He can trade well, though. Yeah, commits in. He wants a tank. Does one, as we'll get it. A tank goes down. Not bad. And he just walks away. Kills the tank, walks away. I believe he bleeds out 3. Yeah, 3 zealots. Charge is revealed. Soldiers respond. Do we have an observer? We have 3. Observer's trying to keep up, but remember, no blink. So the Banshees, they can get away. And they've already gotten 5, 6, 7 probes. Jesus. 7 probe kills so far. Well worth it for Cure. And again, this was a misread from herO. Charge sure killed a tank, but that's not really quite worth 7 probes. As blink would have been done by now. Instead of charge. So again, here he was expecting something more committed on the ground. Meanwhile, third TC's on the way. 2 more Raxes. Cure building up towards the mid game. And so far is in a good position. Here has been playing in a way very safe and overly safe and hasn't really paid off yet. Moving out with Zealots once again. Drop is moving in. Does scan. And does commit. Forcing a recall. As the recall gets forced, Secure he breaks out with his ground army. Runs into the Zealots. But he will shut them down. And nice cleanup here from Cure. So far pulling herO apart. And a lot of this comes down to the openers. Remember, late third base, late fourth base for herO. Earlier Colossus and earlier charge, which didn't really pay off. And it's all just piling up. And Cure looking a little more in control. As the Banshees, they finally go down. Cure, he's trying to go straight for the third. Colossus in position. Does go for the sim. Oh, did he get it? He can and he will. Just barely. Colossus goes down. Brutal snipe. Wouldn't mind Zoot Burrow. Shutting down the sentries. And there's going to be a rough fight for herO. Yeah, the Swords that focus down. The tank survives. Massive shots going off. And hero's being broken. Hero's being broken. Hero now, the tank will barely survive. Another Colossus has arrived. It looks like Hero, he's holding, he's surviving. He defends, just barely. But that was a brutal trade. At the same time, drop back into the main. More probes going to be falling. Here, he backs off towards the fourth. And he's still just rallying. He's just rallying everything across him. He knows how close he is to breaking Hero. Does overextend though. Bleeds out some marauders. Drop almost goes down. Okay. Hero, he's holding on. We do have a game. Here, pulling back. Now here, he's close to stabilizing. He's not quite there yet, but he's close. He's up to 3 Colossus. Meanwhile, Doom drop into the main, gets spotted by the Observer. Hero is racing on over. Remember, recall's on cooldown, but he does have Stalkers. Gets 1. Takes down 1 full medevac, takes down 2. 2 medevacs go down. A handful of marauders remaining. Hero, he should be fine. He does hold, takes down another medevac. 3 medevacs go down, 1 medevac survived. Curie's getting some drop play going, but this is not worth it. Curie's bleeding out a lot of supply. The advantage that Curie once had, it's slipping away. His advantage, his lead is slipping away. Curie's been overly aggressive. And Hero is stabilizing. Hero, he's stabilizing, is building up to 4 Colossus. 5th Colossus on the... Let's go. 5th Colossus on the way. Oh, the lasers, Pappy. Let's go. How many Vikings are there? Only 3. 3 Vikings. 3 Vikings versus 5 Colossus. Ay, ay, ay. Shot's going up. Does drag the shot into the army. The Colossus, they still have to come together. They're not all quite ready. First Colossus goes down, getting a second. Oh my god. And nice snipes there from the Marauders. Yeah, Hero's arm was disjointed. He didn't have everything together. And Hero, he takes a poor fight. Uh-oh. Hero pulling away. Nice kiting. So what once was 5 Colossus down to 3. Down to 3 Colossi. Again, here he got a little bit too excited, got over eager. So we do have a back and forth. Do have more of a back and forth here. Kira now going for a second starport. Ghost Academy is on the way for Ghost production. Hero, meanwhile, double expands, not bad. Going for top right and going for the gold. As the game is slowing down. So the game is slowing down because Cure is teching. Like Cure, he's teching up, Ghosts, more Vikings, more starports. So Cure, he has lost map control. He once had it, not anymore. Now Cure is contained. And now Hero, he's out on the map. He's being active. And with that map control, instantly double expands. And momentum is very quickly swinging from one player now to the other. And this is where Hero thrives. You know, give Hero 6 bases. May he be crazy. let's go. He can pop up. Now getting a second robo. It's a bit of a later second robo for Hero. But he's still building up his economy. The base is still not yet done. As Hero's poking in. Zealous ready for a flank. They're ready for a run by. And you can see Hero trying to distract Cure. Keeping his attention here on the right hand side. Cure now taking a 4th base. Here he has begun disruptive production. Oh, gets a Viking. Doesn't drag out the army yet. He's hoping to. Colossus now moving in once again. 5 Colossus. Jesus. 5 Colossus versus 5 Vikings. Zealous duo. I think they're a little bit too soon. Yeah, Zealous hit 3rd. Zealous are shot down. A little bit premature there from herO. As he does blink in. Does catch one of the Vikings. herO pushing through. However, doesn't quite connect. Vikings overextend. And the 5 Colossus, they still stand strong. There's about 4 Vikings remaining. Nice EMP on the sentries. Colossus up. He can heal up. True. The healing pad. Let's go. He can heal up. Tops up the Colossus. I'm telling you, like, this healing pad does really well for mech-based units and also for, I mean, robot-based units like this as well. Just because they have so much HP. Likewise, pushing into a concave. Nice Nova. Nova connects. And herO, he's breaking through. Again, the Viking count is not quite at what it needs to be. Gets 1 Colossus. Doesn't quite get the other. herO, he backs off. Preserve the army. Does preserve. Waiting for an extra warp in. herO taking bottom right. Taking some of Kira's bases. So more disruptors on the way. Knocks down the rocks. Make sure it doesn't get flanked. Takes down a ghost. 1 ghost goes down. Once again, EMP on the sentries. And Kiri's just stuck at home. He's just stuck at home. herO has a massive bank. He's got, what, 7 bases? 7 expansion. Stutter steps in. Just tanks the Viking shots. There's only 1 Viking left. Oh, the turret does take down one of the Colossus. But here he breaks through. He breaks through. He breaks the main army. GG gets called. And herO, the comeback was real. And herO takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played, kira. He had a much stronger start in this game. Remember, kira, he was able to take down the Colossus, able to punish the main army, to pick off some probes. He had a very strong start to the game. But if you remember, we did bring it up at the time. Kira followed that up with drop play, and he lost so many full medevacs. I want to say he lost like 4 or 5 full medevacs over the course of maybe 2 minutes, where he backed off. He barely didn't break herO at his 3rd base, so he pulled away. He overextended, pushing into the 4th, then went for drop play, and he lost all the drops. He lost most of them, I should say. He lost so much supply in those drops. With that, herO was able to recover, able to bounce back. herO gained map control, and with that, just mass expanded. As soon as he gained map control, he double expanded, going for the goal base as well, to be able to max out, to be able to afford that remax, preserve his army, and overwhelm from there. GG, well played. herO does take game 1, but a very back and forth game nonetheless. And kira, he had his own moments, especially in the first half of the game. And now we're getting into game 2. We're going to be loading into Tokamak. I feel like this also shows just if you give herO any breathing room, then he will just mass expand. He'll just embrace a much larger economy, look to max out with so many zealots, and overwhelm. And we'll see what Kira's answer is going to be. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Tokamak, we have the South Green Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. Down in the series, we'll see if he can recover, bounce back, and make a series out of this. It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the South Green Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Twisted Minds, leading the series 1-0. It is herO. Here we go. And again, the start of game 1 was very shaky. If you remember, herO, he was like overly defensive. He had a bit of a misread. He went into charge first, he went for Colossus first, and it wasn't really worth it. That also led into why herO had a really hard time at the start of game 1, where he was bleeding out a lot of units, he was being pulled apart. It was a shaky start for herO. We'll see if he can tighten up, as Kira, he moves out with the SCV, getting ready for, I would imagine, an eBay block. Never mind. My apologies. Going for a Rax at home and a Rax across the map. It's going to be 2 Rax Reaper here out of Cure. Okay, let's go. I assume Reaper, technically this could be a tech lab into Marauder production, but we'll see how much he dedicates to this. That's Curious committing. herO's in the dark. herO, he sees only 1 gas, so he believes it's going to be an economic start. So herO, he's in position to delay the expansion, an expansion that's not there. Yeah, Marine, show us the tech lab, show us the Marauders. I'm getting deja vu. Does anyone remember? It's something that's going to be stuck in my mind for the rest of my life. I Am Katowice. It was the quarterfinals, correct? Yeah, it was the quarterfinals of I Am Katowice last year. herO versus Cure. He cancels. Oh, he cancels the CC. herO versus Cure in the quarterfinals. It was on Golden Aura. Cure, he went proxy marauder and he cheesed herO out of the tournaments. Like, oh my, it was, oh god. Not like this. Not again, Pappy. Not again. If you remember herO, he had a very frantic response to it on Golden Aura. And if you remember, I think herO, he had like a gay, no, he had like a Stargate. I think he like canceled, no, Twilight Council, canceled Twilight Council, started a gateway, canceled, then started a robot. Like, it was just a really like frazzled response out of herO when he realized what was happening. Of course, that was a year ago at this point, over a year ago. But Cure, he is committed, and he may even pull the boys with this as well. As it's all or nothing for Cure. Moves out with the Marines. Marauders are amassing. And here come the boys. One base all in. One base all in out of Cure. I get that deja vu. Now, here we do have extra gateways on the way, so we have a 3-gate setup. Shield batteries done. Marauders are revealed. Now he knows. Now Hero's aware. The boys are being pulled. Hero's trying to get on top of those Marauders. Nice force fields. He locks them down, but the shield battery does fall. Takes down one Marauder and should get the other as well. Again, very nice force fields. Strong start here for herO. But the boys have arrived. Shield batteries are still on the way. Does kite back. A third sentry has arrived. We need stalkers though. We need something else other than just pure sentry. I say that they're handling those SCVs. Shield battery's almost done. That's Nartosis Pylon. No, it's Nartosis Pylon. Oh, he's being targeted down. Shield battery does save. Does barely save it. Takes down the Marauder. Going for the Marines, but the Pylon is barely going to go down. It's so close. Oh my god. It's being kept alive. Oh my, as the Marines, they try to focus down, they're going down one after the other, and here he holds, he survives! He saves it! 7 HP! GG! Oh my god. As herO, he saves the Pylon. If that Pylon had gone down, that was game, by the way. That was game then and there. Everything was powered. That was the production as well. He only had one gateway in the main. It was all hinging on that Pylon, and Cure, he was so close to focusing it down. GG. Oh my god. That was crazy. GG, well played. The Pylon survives, herO survives, and herO takes a 2-0 lead. Whew. We're not going to see a repeat of I Am Katowice. Not this time. Not this time. As herO does take a 2-0 lead, and now we are jumping to game 3. We're going to be following this into ley lines. Let's go. Kind of braided my, well, I mean, again, like you saw, it was one shot away from going down. It was on 7 HP. Again, if that Pylon had fallen, that was game. Like, what are you gonna do? Stutter step against the Pylon? Aye. But here we go. We are now getting to our next game. We're getting into game 3 and spawning in the right-hand corner of ley lines. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. You're referring to the force fields. Oh, that spawning in the bottom left hand, we'll get into it. Spawning in the bottom left hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Terran player, the red Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. You're referring to the first 2 force fields from herO. I mean, that I don't know if I would fault Cure for that. I think I would praise herO more than anything regarding the force fields, regarding locking down those force 2 Marauders. I mean, if you remember, basically Cure made the decision. He decided to sacrifice the Marauders for killing the shield battery, which, if you remember, he did kill the shield battery, but he barely didn't break that position. Obviously, like, hindsight 2020, we can now look at that and say that it wasn't worth it, right? It wasn't worth it because we had a backup shield battery finishing up afterwards. So he was able to, I should say, herO was able to maintain that position, and Cure would have benefited more if he had kited back and saved those Marauders instead. I think we can say that, but I wouldn't fault him too much for, like, deciding to commit to that shield battery and commit to the kill there. But yeah, when it comes to, like, again, like, retrospectively looking at it, I do think it would have been worth more if Cure had preserved them, kited back, just to have more DPS. Again, like, imagine focusing on that Pylon with even 1 extra Marauder, right? It's like that would have made the difference, for sure, for sure. I would say that. Geez, double gas. Once again, double gas opener here out of Cure. Double gas going for the faster factory. Screw does move in. Does move in, does find the scouting probe. Secure does move out. Behind this, going for that CC on the low ground, and we'll see what is going to be done here with the double gas opener. As we mentioned before, double gas can lead into earlier Cyclone production, can lead into early Banshee play as well. Right now, the pressure is on Cure. I think lack of patience caused that bad play. And if you want to pull back and say it wasn't bad micro and lack of patience, I mean, sure, I suppose. It's one of those things where urgency is definitely on Cure when it comes to trying to break that position. I think we already agreed in saying that if he had preserved those initial Marauders, then he would have been in a better position. I think everyone said that. As we do have that 1-1-1 follow-up. Stalker moves out this time to try and delay the CC, and looks like we should be able to. Likewise, Cure stepping into the mineral line. Hellion gets in. Uh-oh. With that, gets 2 workers so far. Gets 2, gets 3. Likewise, though, the CC is delayed. And Cure is going to be stuck on this one base for a little bit longer. Boys are being pulled to take control of the natural. Cyclone has arrived, and with the help of the Cyclone, Cure should be fine. Should be able to force this back. Locks onto the Stalker, brings it down. And from here, we'll expand. Now, what's important, though, is the follow-up. Again, 1-1-1, Medevac is on the way, early tank drop as well, hyper-aggression out of Cure, which is what we expect from him. We spoke about this earlier, how Cure has been going for non-stop all-ins, whether it comes down to the group stage, even the semifinals, and even here in the grand finals, we've seen a lot of aggression out of Cure. Oh, no! Medevac is caught out, though. Takes a lot of hits, takes a lot of damage, has to pull away, does survive. Boys are being pulled, but last is a rough start for Cure. Does take down the Stalker, though. Oh, barely not. Tank does punish, catches a Stalker, but Cure is delayed. Remember, the purpose of this build was to get across the map, was to move out, to punish, to threaten the natural. But Cure doesn't get across. He's stuck at home. He is pinned down, and here defends. Whew, okay. Here he defends, he shuts down the drop. You can see him react hard here as well. We have a second pylon to make sure everything stays powered. Shield batteries on the way. Bit of a chaotic setup here at the natural, but here he is secure. He can now build up, getting into Blink. And we'll see how Cure follows this up. Early stim. Okay, add-on swap into early stim. This looks quite aggressive here from Cure. We'll see if he does cut tank production early on. Right now, he's working up to a 3rd tank. If he gets up to 4 tanks, he may just pull the boys and turn this into a 2-base all-in. So we'll see when he does cut those tanks. Meanwhile, herO back at home, building up. Blink is already done. How many gateways? He's on 4-gate Blink Stalker. This is a really good way to punish. 4-gate Blink. I mean, one of two things, right? 4-gate Blink is a way to punish this, is a way to shut this down. But because the tank count is so high, I don't know if herO can actually get any damage done and break into the bases. I think he can punish a move out, but breaking an entrenched Terran like this... Oh, never mind. He unsieges. Never mind. Does unsiege. Oh! Observer gets caught. Here comes Cure. And here he's here to slow this down. Cure does siege. He is going to be the first to siege. Here, spots the army. Tank is revealed, and here he just ignore the army. He's going straight for the main. He denies Stim, and no shot. Stim is denied. Massive pickoff. Shuts down Stim, takes down the add-ons on the starport, catches the first tank as well. Tank goes down. Boys are being pulled. Does come in for the surround. Cure locking down those stalkers, but here he blinks away, and he can always recall. He commits instead. He doubles down. Warping in some zealots, picking off the SCVs. And here he's gonna lose every single worker here. 18 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. He does preserve the tank count. He's building up his army. And the only option here is to go all in. But here he has time, building up immortals, getting extra warp ins, extra gateways on the way. And it's all or nothing for Cure. The boys are being pulled. Observer does confirm here, he knows. And don't expand. don't take a third hero. We need warp ins, we need shield batteries. Okay, Stalkers, they recall back home. This is still a terrifying army for Cure. He's still up in army supply. He can still end the game. It's all or nothing for Cure. Stalkers, they can slow this down. They need to. They force the early siege. Charge is not ready. Here, he's in trouble. Here, he's in trouble here again. Charge is late. The boys have arrived. Tanks, they drop in. That's going to be 4 tanks for Cure. Down to 3. First tank is targeted. Down to 3 tanks. Here, he has to take this slow. He has to take this slow. Catching reinforcements. The production is all here at the natural. It's all going to go down. He's down to what? 3 gateways? Down to 1 gateway. The others are still on the way. Boys are being pulled into tank fire. A massive tank shot's going to be going off. Going for the immortals. 1 tank is targeted. There's 1 tank left. But here, he cannot deal with this. Yeah, he cannot deal with the Stalkers. They all go down one after the other. The Marines, they do push forward. These are stimless Marines, by the way. But Curie's done it. He has done it. He breaks through. There's 1 DT. There's the scan. And here, he has nothing left here. Again, his follow-up was late. His charge was delayed. His gateways were all exposed. DTs, I mean, that is a nice response, but, I mean, there are plenty of scans. Plenty of scans. Here, he's not muling. D-powers everything. 0 gateways powered. 0 production. And here, I'm sure he's upset about this. Like, here, he forced the all-in. GG gets called, and Cure fights back, puts a point on the board. Ooh, GG. GG, well played. Everything was looking solid for herO. herO, he intercepted the initial drop. He got into the main base. He crippled the economy. He forced the all-in. But again, behind it, he was unfortunately not quite ready for the follow-up. His charge was late. His production was all exposed. It was a messy natural base as well. Thankfully, he didn't invest into a third base. But again, he just didn't quite have enough at home. He also bled out a lot of Stalkers across the map, which are quite expensive. He couldn't quite replenish them. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into our next game. Getting into game number 4 here. Cure does put a point on the board. We have a series. We have a back and forth. Let's go. And the question is, will Cure continue his aggression? Because again, we've seen just so many all-ins out of Cure. I don't think we're done. Up next, loading into Magnatha. On one hand, this is the largest map in the map pool. You do not get larger than Magnatha. This favors macro play. But if you remember, the last time we saw Cure on Magnatha, what did he do? He 2-base all-in. Classic. He went for a 2-base all-in anyway. So we'll see. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Magnatha, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Terror player, the Red Terror himself from South Korea, representing Team Liquid. Does fight back, does put a point on the board. It is a Cure. Here we go. As we are setting up. We are settling in. I'll just see herO initially go for the probe scouts, and I'm sure he was watching the classic series as well. Like, he is aware that Cure was hyper aggressive, or that Cure went for an all-in last time. Meanwhile, we'll see if he does go for another double gas opener. He's been very fond of it throughout GSL, as herO is just being as annoying as possible. We see only 1 gas for Cure, which means faster expansion economic opener out of our Terran player. Let's go. It's going for an economic start. I believe for the 2nd time this series. I believe we went for an economic opener on Persephone, if I remember correctly. I could be mistaken on that one. At this point, all the TVPs are blending together a little bit. It's all blending together. So from here, we're settling in. I just recall on Persephone, herO overreacting. But from here, we're building up. We do have earlier Concussive Shell on the way for Cure. We didn't mention this in the previous series, but the idea here is to punish herO for being overly aggressive. I think this is a good call. I mean, considering the kind of player that herO is. And herO does open up Adept, so he does plan on moving out. And if he moves out, the goal here for Cure is to catch him. To catch out the Adept. That is a second Rax. Hello. 2-on-1. Now, do we throw down a third Rax, or do we throw down a Factory? Our eyes are going to be on Cure. Okay, Factory, follow up. From here, do we go for another Rax as well, or do we go for a Starport? Do we turn this into a 2-on-1, or a 3-1-1? Or a 3-1 even? But again, just really early second Rax for Cure. You have my attention. As he's going for the add-on swap, getting into earlier tank production. He's not rushing into Stim, bear that in mind. Meanwhile, Twilight Council opener out of herO. Does open Twilight Council, getting extra gateways. Hallucination does confirm. And there it is, third Rax. Third Rax is on the way. This is a very aggressive here from Cure. And the Hallucination barely does confirm. He's going into rescouts. Yep, does click. Does confirm the third Rax. So basically what's happening here is that Cure, he is prioritizing not just factory production, he's prioritizing Stim, he's prioritizing marine production in favor of drop play. So there's no Starport, there's no drops, there's no activity here from Cure. He's just building up his forces back at home for one big Stim timing instead. And with this, he could pull the boys. We saw something similar. Actually, I say similar. I believe this was the same build that we saw against Classic on Maganatha. Because Cure hit with Stim. He did hit with Stim. And I think it was 3 tanks. It was 2 to 3 tanks. And tank production has begun. Cure did pull the boys with this as well. Now, the problem, though, is that herO, 1, I'm sure he watched the Classic game, and 2, he sees everything. He just saw everything in the main. He knows what's going on. Behind this, we do have a Blink. There we go. Blink gets cancelled. Thank God. This is a good call. He cancels. The problem is that it was a late realization. Blink was almost halfway done. Like, there was a lot of progression on Blink. So he cancels Blink, he starts Charge. Charge is a safer way to play this out, as Charge will be done in time. Likewise, Templar Archives as well. Interesting, going for some Archon support, or maybe trying to get into Storm. Storm will not finish in time, I don't believe. Extra gateways are on the way. And this time, only 1 gateway on the low ground. Remember, last game, a lot of its production was on the low ground. It all got depowered. This time, it's in the main. This time, it's in the main base. This time, it's safer. So far, herO, he's making the correct calls. The only concern in my mind is how late it charges because of the progression on Blink. That's my biggest concern so far. And yeah, Cure, he's pulling the boys. He's going to pull the boys with this. He's just going to commit, double down. As he does move out. Storm is on the way. Hallucination does spot the move out. And the boys are being pulled. Here we go. The boys are on the way. Again, this is the same build that Cure did on this very same map against Classic. I'll be honest, I don't really like the idea of Cure doing the same thing in the same day. Especially if he knows the herO is watching. Like, I'm not too fond of the idea, but let's go. He's going for it nonetheless. Storm is only halfway done. There's actually not many Zealots. We actually warped in a bunch of High Templar. Again, Charge finishing up in 2 seconds. Secure, he can still pull this off. I say that Storm will complete. herO being patient. This third base is not going to come into play. The gateway is going to fall. Storm is done in 10 seconds. There are 4 High Templar. But can they connect? Here we go. He does commit in. Zealots, they try to tank with a High Templar. They cannot get close. There's the first Storm, but it barely graces the army. And now Storm is revealed. And again, herO taking this third base is so greedy. That could have been extra gateways. That could have been extra. These gateways could have been here instead of the base. So now gateways are being thrown down. herO, he's supply blocked. No, sure, it's working. It's working. Here he gets a fly blocked. He spends money on a Nexus. It's not going to come into play. Meanwhile, the Shield Battery is depowered. And Kiri's pushing in. He's pushing in. He's going for it. Ay, ay, ay. herO, he breaks out of the supply block. Does break out. Archons are morphing in. Archons are going to be able to tank some shots. But the SimCity here is brutal. The Zealots, they can do nothing. A decent Storm. But the Storms didn't do much against the tanks. Yeah, Tank Boys, they shut down the Zealots, and herO, he's doing it. He's doing it. He's pushing through. The same build against two different players on the same map. Let's go. It's working. I said that the army is taking a lot of hits. True. Like, he's overstimmed. He also took a Storm to the face, so the army is very low. The problem is that Storms don't help against the tanks. Like, the tanks are still pushing through. You could argue that maybe he's taking too long to leapfrog forward. The tanks are quite far back. I do think that herO could be more assertive here. As we do try to collapse in, and oh my god, the bunkers, they fill up, and they punish this. A Storm grazes the army, and herO, he has done it. He has broken the defenses here of herO. Again, it was a shaky response that herO went for, investing into a base, delayed gateways, delayed pylons. Again, it was a later charge timing as well. GG gets called, and herO, he ties up the series 2-2. We have a tied up series. We're going to game 5. Let's go. GG. We're going for game 5. herO, he saw everything. He saw everything he needed to, and he had the foresight of course, seeing this build against Classic earlier as well. And I do, again, praise, like, I did praise herO for canceling Blink and going to charge, but it was a late decision. It was a late decision, so it meant the charge actually finished after the army arrived. Likewise, his gateways and pylons were late in favor of a base. A base was just far too greedy there for herO. He knew it was an all-in. He still expanded nonetheless, so a little bit too greedy there, and again, rough around the edges when it came to the response there of herO. And with that, herO, he punished. He did punish very well. GG, well played. Whew. With that, we have a tied series. Now, as a reminder, this is a best of 7. So we're tied 2-2. We still have more games ahead of us. It is first to 4 wins. First to 4. And up next, we're loading into Torches. Let's go. Oh, here we go. Never mind, I thought it was Season 2 qualifiers. We're going to be, the Season 2 qualifiers were played over the weekend, and we're going to be covering them tomorrow. So we're going to be covering those qualifiers tomorrow. And meanwhile, here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into game 5, and spawning in the top right-hand corner here of Torches, we do have our South Green Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Twisted Minds, being forced into a tied series. We'll see if he can bring it back, as momentum is not in his favor. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid, tying up the series. Momentum is on his side. Can he keep going? Can he take a lead? It is herO. Let's go. But yes, some people are asking about the Season 2 qualifiers. Season 2 qualifiers, they took place over the weekend. As always, I should reiterate, just because people always ask, they were not casted live. They haven't been casted live in like 10 years, so there was no live casting for the Season 2 qualifiers, and we are going to be covering those qualifiers tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're going to be spending all day covering the qualifiers, the morning and the evening. It's going to be 3 broadcasts, 16 best of 3s. That will be tomorrow. I say tomorrow, it's going to be in 11 hours. In 11 hours time, we're going to be live with those qualifiers. For now, though, we're focusing here on our Season 1 finals, as once again, double gas. Shouldn't be a surprise. Again, herO, he's been very fond of double gas openers and very fond of 2-base play. We've seen the majority of his games here tonight in today's broadcast, and in GSL in general, be 2-base all-ins. And he has been finding a lot of success with it. Bearing in mind, he has had different variations, of course. It's not the same build every game. With this faster factory, faster starport, you can see herO, he wants that SCV. Won't quite get it. Force the recall. Force the recall back home. As herO will expand. And welcome one and all to Torches. Torches is a very small map, short rush distance by air, short rush distance by ground. Last time we saw Torches, GuMiho went for a 2-1-1, but he got punished for the 2-1-1 if you recall, by Classic. Sorry, by herO actually, not Classic. I'm sure Q was watching, and we have yet to see Cure go for his own 2-1-1. Ooh, okay. Purely add-ons here. So Reaper first into Reactor into Tech Lab on the factory, and we can go Cyclone into an add-on swap into Banshee. We can go Cyclone into tanks into a tank drop early on. What's it going to be? As we have the first Cyclone. The first step is being made. herO moving in with Hallucination. Does move in. herO, he will see and confirm the setup. Is where the Tech Lab, is where the Starport, and he should be here to potentially see an add-on swap or even the first add-on on the Starport. Yep, he dips in. Medevac is in production. Which means there's no add-on swap in the Banshee play. Not yet. Oh! Does cancel! ICs. Ah! Cure, he was trying to hide the add-on swap, but herO, he will confirm the medevac was cancelled, goes into Cloak Banshee, and herO, he is aware. He's aware of the add-on swap. Now, technically, that could be a fake add-on swap, and he could have just switched back around, I suppose. But we should be seeing, yeah, another hallucination. So here, he'll confirm. He'll confirm. Lock-on is brutal, but he will get eyes on the researching Tech Lab, so he sees everything. He does confirm the Cloak Banshee. Cure, he was being cheeky, trying to hide it, but wasn't able to. And behind this, ooh, charge. We saw this before. herO, we saw this on, this is on Persephone. Yeah, we saw this on Persephone where herO, he went for charge early on. herO, he might actually try to break Cure. The best defense might be a good offense here. Prism is on the way, Zealots are warping in. herO, he wants to move out. Without Blink, it's going to be a tough defense against Cloak Banshee. Again, this is very similar to Persephone. If you remember, on Persephone, herO, he also opened up charge into Fast Colossus. Here, faster third base, thankfully. But without Blink, it's going to be a more difficult defense. But he's going to have the stronger offense. As here we go, he's moving out. Now, a couple of things here. And the reason why this can work really well, remember, because of the add-on swap and because of the Cloak Banshee, what does that mean? No tank. It means no Tech Lab on the factory, no tanks. herO knows that. That's why he is going for charge. This is a risky maneuver because the Banshee does arrive, and again, there's limited anti-air, but herO, he does hit the natural instead. Going for the main army. It charges in. Stim is not done, and Marines are going down. And here is chasing it down. Cure, the boys are being pulled. The Cyclone does survive, and SCVs are going to be falling at the same time that the Banshee is defended against. Here he defends back at home. He gets a 12-13 SCV. Oh my god! He does punish. He punishes Cure for the lack of tank for the Banshee instead. Force field on the rim. Let's go. Does force field. He recalls back home. 15 SCV kills. And on the one hand, yes, he doesn't kill the Banshee, but he defends. He defends nonetheless. He has the Observer in position. He has Stalkers. Blink is begun. And herO gets away with his third base. Oh boy. Again, it was a risky response out of herO, but it paid off. Did pay off in the end. 18 SCVs. And sure, the Banshees, they're alive, but they don't really get much done. I say alive. The first Banshee actually got sniped in the top right-hand corner of the map. That was a mistake from Cure. He's only down to one Banshee. herO coming in. Oh, has to calm down. As herO, he pulls away. Saves the Prism. Meanwhile, Cure building up a 3-1-1 setup. Stim is finishing up really early Stim. Now, I said earlier that because of the add-on swap, there was no tank production. There never is and never will be tank production. We're rushing into early Stim. We're rushing into a heavy Marine Marauder composition. Cure, he wants to be active earlier instead. He doesn't want to be the defender. And he's going to have a massive bio army real fast and real quick. herO, he has to recognize this. Back at home, there's no splash damage. That is a concern. So no Storm, no Colossus. He has a gateway composition with Immortal support. And Cure, I mean, I've been saying this a lot today because it's been valid. This can turn into a 2-base all-in. Cure has been going for a lot of 2-base all-ins in today's broadcast. It's been very fitting for Cure. So there we go. Dust him into the main. Cure again, he's building up that Marauder count. Only reveals Marines. herO is being proactive. This is dangerous. He is moving out. I mean, I say dangerous. He scouts. There's no bunker. True, like Cure, he's all set up defensively. There's no bunker. There's no tanks. herO, he can take a fight. And instead of waiting for Cure to come to him, he comes to Cure. Before Cure is really ready for this. And here we go. herO forcing himself off the ramp. Collapse on the army. Remember, no bunkers, no tanks, no widow mines, no nothing. Boys are being pulled. Decent force field. Immortals, they do kite back. SCVs are falling. And Marauders, they will take this fight. They will force back the army, but that was 15 SCV kills. Oh, the Prism! Oh my god, Prism gets sniped. And here he gets punished. He's going to be losing everything. The Immortals are going down. The Stalkers are going down. And we've been here before. Cure is all in. Cure, he has nothing. He has no economy back at home. The boys are being pulled. He was going all in to begin with. And herO, has he poked the bear? Like, he's forcing the all-in, that's true, but herO doesn't really have much of an army. He needs time. herO needs warp-ins. He needs a Colossus. As herO picks away at the SCVs. Again, it's all or nothing for Cure. Oh, stepping on forward, gets a Stalker. Does catch a couple Stalkers, second Stalker goes down. Zealots come in from behind. They try to engage. Zealots, they go down immediately. And he wants the Immortal. The Colossus is exposed. He has to get back. He has to get the hell out of here. He wants the Colossus. He wants it. He gets it. Colossus goes down. And is that it? Is that too much? Stalkers, they blink in. The boys are being pulled. And herO, he's going to hold. He's barely holding on. Whew, he cleans up the army. Takes out the Medivacs. Does chase him down. And herO's done it. He has held. It was shaky. It was scary, but he does hold on. He survives the all-in, takes out the full Medivac. GG gets called, and herO takes the lead in the series 3-2. GG. Hi. GG, well played. But this is a really unique response out of herO. Partly, I think part of it is because of the map. We mentioned it at the start, but Torches is the smallest map in the map pool, the shortest rush distance by ground and by air as well. So aggression is favored on this map. So herO, his response to the Cloak Banshee to go into charge and go for an early charge push, I don't think you can pull that off on larger maps. On maps like your Maganathas or your Tokamaks as well. Like, I doubt you can really pull that off. But here on Torches, it's more viable. It's more viable. Again, the rush distance is shorter. So he was able to punish that Banshee play, able to punish it, able to shut it down, and force the all-in. It was still scary, don't get me wrong, in the sense that Cure, he did claim the fight, he cleaned up the army, and he went for the all-in, but time was working against him, and it did take a little bit too long. GG, well played. And with that, that leads us into our next game. herO, he is one game away from claiming the series. Cure has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. Let's go, as we load into Ultra Love. Thanks for the cast side. Oh, thank you, Richard. Thank you. Do appreciate it. As always. As here we go, we're getting into our next game and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner here of Ultra Love, we have the South Green Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Green Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And the question that I have is, do we ever get into a longer macro game? We kind of got that on Persephone, if you recall, where herO was able to max out because he just mass expanded and took the goal base, but that was only after Cure had failed his aggression, if you remember. Like, Cure, he lost map control after his aggression subsided, and then herO just overwhelmed from there. We haven't actually had a standard game. If you remember, it happened once. Like, Cure, he had one standard game against Classic, which is the game that he lost. I'm referring to the game where he opened up Rax Expand into Mind Drop, into Biotang, into the mid game. That was the one game that Classic won against Cure, and maybe that kind of scarred him a little bit. Double gas, by the way, double gas opener. Because we have yet to have like a standard macro back and forth between herO and Cure. That hasn't happened yet. We could see it here on Ultra Love. One of the big features of Ultra Love, it's a map of extremes. On the one hand, rush distance by ground is short. Is short on Ultra Love. So because of that, we see a lot of all-ins. On the flip side, the bases are relatively secure. You can knock down the towers here at the third base to wall this area off. Likewise, choke point on the right-hand side as well. What makes this map effective for all-ins is the fact that you can rotate between them. You can rotate between the third, the fourth base, and more importantly, you can actually bypass the bases and go straight down mid into the natural. So all-ins have options depending on where the stack defense, where the shield batteries are, and they can be really effective as a result. But if we don't get early aggression, then this map is easy to cut in half. Because of this, we have so many bridges or choke points, so many ramps, so much high ground as well. So we do get to experience either short games because of all-ins, or long games because we just cut the map in half and max out. That's usually what happens here on Ultra Love. Not always, but usually. Meanwhile, with a double gas opener, we're going for the faster factory into the delayed TC. Last game, this led into an earlier Cloak Banshee, if you recall. This time, Hellion, not a fast tech lab. Okay, already mixing it up. Remember, last game, there was no Hellion. Last game, he skipped the Hellion, went for the early tech lab into the add-on swap. Here, Hellion first is moving out across the map, going for a Widow Mine. Okay, you have my attention. Este Cure is mixing it up. Going for the mine drop. Reapers, they move out. Behind this, we do have a Twilight Council opener out of herO. herO, the Reapers are keeping him busy. Behind this, Medevac is on the way. We have the mine drop soon to move out. Takes down a hallucination, looks like. Hallucination did fall. So mine drop into add-on swap. Second Rax is on the way. Only a single Widow Mine drop, so very uncommitted here from Cure. With that, is able to preserve his gas, build up into tanks, and I would imagine to a Raven as well. Meanwhile, we've seen this a lot from herO. Early charge. He's rushing into early charge. herO, here's where this was an economic start, though. I'm not too fond of the idea of charge initially, but we'll see. Yeah, tank production has begun. Stim is on the way. This is going to be earlier stim for Cure. Uh-oh. So much earlier stim. Again, now we see what this all led into. Led into additional, the faster second racks, into faster tech lab, add-on swap, into stim. Charge is finishing. Charge is revealed. Cure knows, and Cure needs bunkers. All he needs is a setup here on the low ground at the natural. herO, he's building up into Colossus, into a Forge on 2 bases. This is the same build that herO went for on Persephone. 2 base charge, 2 base Colossus before the third, so late third base for herO. And there's that safety bunker for Cure. Remember, Cure, oh god, Jesus. Calm down. Cure, he does recognize that there aren't that many zealots. He backs off. Cure does cancel the bunker. He's building up, getting into stim. And this stim timing is going to be an earlier timing available here to Cure, where you can push out. And here he comes. He is committing. We'll see if Cure pulls the boys with this. But this is just a really early timing, and here he sees this. He does spot this. Back at home, extra Zealots are warping in. Colossus is on the way. And we pull the boys. 2 base will in at a Cure. I mean, it's synonymous with Cure at this point. Like, I think in this entire season of GSL, Cure's played 1 macro game. God damn it. Does pull the boys. And here, can he handle this? I mean, the Colossus is on the way. It's almost done. Colossus almost ready. Here, trying to engage ahead of time. Does force the siege. Does collapse on their Zealots. Nice sentry. Nice hallucination. Does tank some shots. Takes down 14 SCVs. Brings down the first tank, but the Marines, they stibbled in. Remember, this is an early stim timing. Yeah, here, he was not ready for this. Not expecting early stim. The Colossus does hold, though. The Colossus does hold on. Does survive. Here, he's buying time for extra warp ins. Here, he's holding. Needs a little bit more time here. You know, more reinforcements on the way. Again, Cure, there's no turning back from this. It's all or nothing. So does Rally. He pulls extra boys. There's barely any boys to pull, Babby. Here we go. One tank gets caught unsieged, but he does target fire the Colossus, and oh my god, one Colossus goes down. Massive pick off. He gets one, and there's one left. It's barely standing. And herO did overextend. Oh, and the Colossus barely holding on. Yeah, the tank is sieging, getting within range of the ramp. Cure forcing his way in. Does push forward. Takes down the Cybercore. Another Colossus on the way. Here, did he cancel the Immortal? No, the Immortal did pop. He has one Immortal. Diving on the tank. The first tank should be targeted, but once again, the Colossus goes into the Viking! The Viking! The herO Viking takes down the Colossus. And Curie's done it. He's done it. He takes out the Artosis Pylon. Depowers the gateways, depowers the robot, depowers everything. Artosis, he's meant to be back in Canada. Oh no. And with that, Cure, he overwhelms. He breaks on through. He overwhelms herO. As again, herO, he was not expecting the early stim timing. I believe this was the build that we saw in Maganatha, actually. Like early stim into tank all in. I mean, this is a unique build. I should emphasize that, is that I don't often see this, like this early stim, like 2-base all in that Cure's been going for. GG gets called, and Cure, he does tie up the series 3-3. We are going to the ace match. Ooh, let's go. But I didn't emphasize that previously, but this build, like, again, I'm pretty sure this was the same build that we saw in Maganatha, both against herO in this series and against Classic earlier, and it's an all-in that I'm not very familiar with. Like, we cast StarCraft twice a day, every single day. We cast more StarCraft than anyone else, but this is something more unique. I'm curious if Cure prepared this specifically for the finals, for the playoffs specifically, I mean, the final day of StarCraft, of GSL, just because, yeah, often we see stimulus all-ins, right? Often we see a prioritization of extra tanks, of earlier tanks as well, of Marines just there to buffer, with bunkers alongside them. But yeah, this stim variation is something that's been catching both Classic and herO off guard. herO twice now. This has worked twice against herO. With that, GG. With that, GG, well played. And we have an ace match. We have it back and forth. We're going all the way to the final game of the series, to Game 7. Game 7 is going to be on Pylon. Let's go. This does confirm that Last Fantasy was vetoed. A smudge, baby smudge. No Last Fantasy. We're getting into Pylon, and here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Pylon, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. Bringing us back, forcing the ace match. Can he go the distance? Can he go all the way? Will he take a third? that's the biggest. On Pylon, no shot, by the way. We'll get into it. It is a Cure. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. Will the real Colossus please stand up? That was a really cute move with the hallucination, to tank a volley, to tank some shots. When herO was initially holding earlier. But welcome one and all to Pylon. Pylon, once to reiterate, this map is known for all-ins. It's known for all-ins. It is a smaller map. All right, I say smaller map. I should emphasize, it's actually a pretty large map. There are a lot of bases. It's quite wide on the edges, but the rush distance by ground is short. It's a shorter rush distance by ground. It's very direct as well, going from your natural all the way to the triangular third. It's pretty direct. Likewise, you can get onto the same plane of elevation as this base, as here, the ramp in the center of the map. That's where you get onto that kind of elevated point. This is actually a very similar feature to Oceanborn. Likewise, Oceanborn also had a lot of bases, but we saw a lot of all-ins on Oceanborn because of this feature. So because that's, again, we do see a lot of all-ins, see a lot of aggression, not always, but it's a little bit more common here on Pylon. Goes both ways. Does go both ways. Meanwhile, economic opener out of Cure. Okay, mixing it up. Oh. Economic opener. He thought about the tech lab. He thought about it, and he's going for it. So once again, we've seen this before. It's an economic opener, and his goal here is to bait out an adept or bait out a stalker. We've already seen this once in the series, and we saw it against Classic as well. He's going to be getting some concussive shell marauders and hoping to bait out and catch the initial gateway unit.
Add-on complete.
Meanwhile, herO back at home does open up stalker. herO, he did probe scout earlier. He's aware of the economic start. He knows. Meanwhile, oh my god, second racks already. And if I'm not mistaken, we saw this on... No, we didn't see this on torches. We saw this, maybe it was against Classic, but the initial racks into a second racks. Do we go for a factory, then into a third racks? Yep, there we go. Factory. We should be seeing a third racks behind this, and if so, 2-base all in. God. Ay. We'll see if we go for an add-on swap here into early tank production, or if we go into stim. It should be an add-on swap. Yeah. Add-on swap. Out of that Rax. Again, our eyes are peeled here looking for another Rax. Otherwise, this could be a 2-1-1, which we haven't seen from Cure yet. We haven't seen any kind of a 2-1-1 play from our Terran player. Yeah, third Rax. Yep. As we mentioned at the beginning, third Rax, not a starport. We are very committed, very aggressive here. This is not the first time we've seen this out of Cure tonight. With this, we're going to be building up an early tank count. This is an early tech lab here on the starport, which means early stim. So once again, it's going to be like a tank base all-in with an early stim timing. As I mentioned before, typically in this matchup, whenever we see these 2-base all-ins, it's without stim. We have extra marines and we have more tanks as a result. But here, the tank count is going to be a little bit lower in favor of stim, which does hit different. And it has been catching herO off guard, and Classic as well. Behind this, we have Blink, we have 3 gates, so we have 3-gate Blink as a setup, standard setup here out of herO. herO, he is yet to scout, which is concerning. Do we have a sentry? Ooh, no sentry, no hallucination, no scouting. That is a little bit risky here. herO, he's checking for proxies, going observer first, so instead of relying on his sentry, he's going to be relying on his observer for scouting information. This is going to be a later scout as a result. And the Cure is building up. It's building up back at home. Bit of a supply block does slow him down. Now is not the time to be supply blocked. This looks like 3-gate Blink into it. He's blindly playing economic here. He's going into a third base. This is a I mean, at least he has 3 gates. Like, this is a relatively safe opener out of herO. Is pretty safe. Because he does have the extra gateway. He has the robo before expanding, going for the Warp Prism. And herO, right now the pressure's on the Protoss player to slow this down and to pick away at the Marauders, the Marines, the tanks. The Observer has arrived. He does see the Bio Army. He doesn't know how committed this is. We're going up to a 4th and a 5th Rax. Jesus. That's going to be a lot of Raxes. Again, this confirms it is a 2-base all-in. So straight up 2-base all-in out of Cure. Here he blinks into the main. Picks off a reactor, not the most important add-on. He does get the reactor, picks away the Marines. herO, he doesn't lose a Stalker yet. Oh, loses one. One Stalker goes down. One Stalker for 4 Marines and a reactor. I would say a good trade for herO. Again, whatever he can do to slow this down. Whatever he can do to just chip away at the army. Tanks do siege. herO, he does see this. Oh, scan takes down the Observer. More Rax. How many Raxes? Can he even afford this? He's got 4 more Raxes on the way. Getting up to 7? Jesus. Usually you only go up to 5. We've seen Cure go up to 6 before. But now going up to 7 Raxes. I mean, I guess that's to make up for the lack of reactor. Yeah, it's to make up for the reactor. Yeah, because he's not rebuilding. He's not rebuilding the reactor. So extra Rax instead. The boys are being pulled. And here we go. Cure, he commits. It's all or nothing for Cure. He's got what? He's got 3 tanks. The boys are pulled. It's on here to slow this down. Does pick up a couple of SCVs. Ideally, he wants to force an early siege. But Cure, he does not siege up. The Immortal has arrived. There's a force field. The charge is not done. And charge is still not complete. A tank stay siege. They're within range of the gateway, but only the gateway. Bunkers are on the way. The tanks are a little bit far behind. Yeah, now they're moving forward. Tanks, they move in. Better position for Cure. First Colossus has arrived. Swipes away the Marines, collapsing on the bunkers. First tank is going to go down. Oh, that's a brutal blink, though. Yeah, so many Stalkers go down. The Stalkers, they crumble. And Curie's pushing through. He's pushing through. Takes down the charge thoughts. Colossus does survive. Cure, time is working against him. We got to go. We got to send it. So you have extra warp ins here for herO. We'll bring in more Stalkers. Let's go, Hallucinated Colossus. Let's go. Cure, he's taking it slow. I would argue a little bit too slow. Takes on the pylon. The Colossus does arrive. robot gets E-powered. herO collapsing in once again. Going for the tank. He gets one. Takes out the first tank. Tank volleys are brutal. Hallucination does do well tanking shots, though. Does survive, and now Curie's down to 2 tanks. 2 tanks left. And Curie's taking a long time. Robo gets repowered. Immortal's on the way. Curie's just too far back. Army's overstimmed. Colossus. Ooh. Hallucination goes down. First Colossus does get low. And here he gets away with the third. Like, once again, hero's so greedy with this third base. It's so greedy. It's not even mining, but sure, he's got it. And there we go. Comes in with a surround. Prison goes down. Massive pickup, but the tanks are falling one after the other. The Immortals, they do pay for themselves. They take down the tanks. They don't quite get the bunkers. But the army's overstimmed. The army's heavily overstimmed. And now there are 0 tanks. Now without tanks, there's no pushing power. There we go. 1 tank has just arrived. herO once again collapsing in. Oh, thinking about it. Takes an extra tank shot. Sims onto the robo. Yeah, bunkers are exposed. Tank goes down. And herO, he will clean this up. He shuts down the Marines, shuts down the Marauders. He will shut down the all-in. It's been non-stop all-ins today from CuRe this season. And it has brought him this far, but here he's just taking too long. He's just taking too long. We need a little bit more urgency to push into the bases, to push on top of the robo. As time is on hero's side. As he breaks down that final bunker. Takes down the Marines. Again, there's nothing left. GG gets called, and herO, he will claim the series. He will take down CuRe 4-3 and be the Season 1 GSL champion. GG. herO. GG, well played, herO. He will claim the series. He will survive the aggression again. Non-stop all-ins out of CuRe, whether it's proxies, whether it's all-ins. I mean, we just saw him pull the boys. There was one game where he played a little bit more standard, kind of. That was on Persephone, if you remember. On Persephone, we saw CuRe be forced into a 3rd and 4th base, but that was only after his aggression failed, and then we saw herO take control from there. But yeah, we had some more unique all-ins, I will say, from CuRe. Again, referring to that stim all-in that we saw 3 times today. I think we saw it 3, maybe 4 times. It is new, I would say, or it isn't really seen too often. I don't see players like Maru or Bjorn or Clem do this, so this does feel like a more specialized build. It feels like CuRe, he was cooking up, and he came up with this all in, but maybe he relied on it a little bit too much. I mean, it got him games, it got him some wins, don't get me wrong, but maybe did rely on it a little bit too much. I say that, I could see that working here though. Like, again, he was so close to breaking herO. He was so close. Again, the tanks were maybe a little bit too far back, you know, maybe a little bit too conservative with how he was playing that out, maybe a little bit too reserved. With that, eventually he just ran out of steam. But regardless, GG, well played. herO, he does claim it, and he is our champion. Congratulations here to herO. He finally does claim that win after so long. Again, herO has been on fire as of late, even before GSL. If you remember, Yaku and I, we were discussing it during the podcast like a month ago. We had high expectations for herO coming into GSL. We did pin him as the best player in South Korea. The reason why we said that, and why the blasphemous Maru fans, I'm sure, but it is well known that Maru, he was on a break. Maru, he was straight up just not playing StarCraft. He was just not playing StarCraft during the off season. So if you're curious, if you're wondering why Maru underperformed in this tournament, that's a big reason for it. And we were fully aware of that coming into the qualifiers, and I was doing my best to emphasize that as well when we were covering the qualifiers of Season 1, talking about how, to me at least, the qualifiers in this season of GSL, for me, was a way to gauge Maru, was to figure out, okay, now the break is over, what's he looking like and what form is he in? And we saw that Maru, he was playing pretty well overall. We saw some really decisive play, but very limited play. If you remember, he went for non-stop ARAXs in his TVZs. It was the same build, every single TVZ against Raynor and against Rogue. Like, he played the same way every single game. And likewise, we saw his TVPs. It was actually quite similar to Cure. Maybe they were practicing together, I don't know, but it was just non-stop 2-base all-ins from Maru as well. He didn't feel very as diverse as he usually does. Like, he felt very limited when it came to how he was approaching a lot of those matchups, and it meant that he was a little bit easier to respond to and to counter and to shut down. A little bit easier to read as a result. But yeah, that was my big question coming into the season of GSL, was the form of Maru. And right now, it does feel like he's still shaking off the rust. That's how I would put it, is that because he did take a long period off from StarCraft, again, he's still trying to get back into the swing of things, and the question becomes, what is he going to look like coming into Dallas? It's been a week, right? Like, this GSL season wrapped up like a week ago, or maybe 6 days ago at this point, and Dallas is in 2 days. In 2 days time, we have DreamHack Dallas, and Maru's going to be there. And how much has he grown in a week's time? And personally, I hope that I want to see more of him. Like, I love watching Maru play. He has a really fun play style as well when he's in form, but I just don't know if he's been given enough time, or I don't know if he's allotted himself enough time to prepare for this intense period of StarCraft. Remember, GSL Season 1 just wrapped up. We just had the GSL Season 2 qualifiers. In 2 days, we have DreamHack Dallas. And 2 days after DreamHack Dallas, we have the Esports World Cup qualifiers. And then, after that, then we have GSL Season 2, Group Stage 1. And then we have Star Zagora. But remember, Maru, he did cancel his trip to Star Zagora because he knew that he couldn't travel too much. So he's not going to Star Zagora. But again, like, back to back to back. GSL Season 1, into DreamHack Dallas, into EWC qualifiers, into GSL Season 2. It's so condensed, and I don't know if there's as much time for Maru to improve in that short period of time, but we'll see. Like, I hope he does. I do hope to see more of him. We all have high expectations for him. For the time being, I with confidence will say that herO is the best Protoss in the world and the best Protoss in South Korea. We've been saying, I mean, I would say that herO, he surpassed MaxPax like a month ago. Like, I would say maybe like 4 weeks ago or so. Like, herO's been looking very in form and very on fire. He's been looking like a beast into current times, and now is the time to peak. Like, coming into GSL, into all these offline events, coming into EWC, coming into DreamHack, coming into Star Zagora, like, now is the time that you want to be peaking as a player, and herO, he is peaking right now. And I'm really excited to see what DreamHack Dallas brings to the table here. Again, DreamHack Dallas is in 2 days, and for those that weren't here for the podcast, we did discuss the player list and the participants table. Everyone is going to be at DreamHack Dallas. You name them, they're going to be there for the most part, as in all the top players. Clem, Raynor, Serral, Maru, herO, Ryung, Zaun, Solar, Shin, Rogue, like Lambo, Skillus, Laser, Spirit, Gabe, Showtime, like, everyone is going to be there. Bunny, Beyond, like, they're all going to be there at the DreamHack Dallas. It is a very stacked lineup. I think it's going to be the most stacked DreamHack we've had, because I think usually there's only like I say a handful. There's like a decent amount of Koreans do travel, but like only a decent amount of them. Here, it's like everyone. All the Koreans are traveling. The only Korean that isn't traveling, that we did point out, outside of the semi-pros, like, you know, your Percival, or no, I think even Percival's going. But I think some of the semi-pros like Rebellion or Ateshi or 3 Points, like, they're not going. Even Hormona's going, actually. But a lot like the semi-pro Koreans aren't going. Nightmare, he is the only GSL Korean player that isn't going. But as we mentioned before, and I'll say it again, I guess. Nightmare, he's been playing a lot of Deadlock. He's been competing in Deadlock, I should say. So he's been spending less time playing StarCraft and more time competing in Deadlock instead. So Nightmare is kind of shifting his attention away a little bit. So it's not as surprising that he's not going to Dallas. But everyone else is going to be there, and it's going to be a crazy tournament. There's going to be high expectations, I would say, for these players here. herO, GuMiho, Classic, Cure, they're all looking very on point, very on fire. And again, I'm sure everyone was watching these games, everyone was tuning in. I'm referring to the other pro players as well, and it's going to lead into an interesting tournament for sure. I think everyone expects, you know, your typical top players like, you know, your Clem, your herO to do well. Clem, herO, serO, Reina, right? Those are the typical top fours that we expect to do well. But Cure, he's looking on form, and I can even see Cure threatening. I mean, Cure, every now and then he does take down Clem. Like, Cure, he has some of the best TVP in the world. I would say, I mean, I said this coming into this season of GSL, where Cure, he has like top 2 TVP in the world alongside Clem. And that's partly because they practice together. It's known, like the Team Liquid boys, they do practice together. They refine themselves together. So I'm sure that's why they're able to improve together as well. But Cure, he's definitely a threat out there to the other Protosses for sure. When it comes to his TVZ, we'll see how he fares. I do think that's where I think he's maybe a little bit weaker. I think his TVZ is his weakest matchup. I think he has some terrifying TVT and TVP. That's where Cure can really thrive. So we'll see again how he does on the international stage. And I wanted to bring something else up coming into like wrapping up this finals and wrapping up this event. Cure just gonna pull the boys all the way to the semis. That's the thing. Like, specifically, I feel like this is a big rebranding for Cure. If you're out there, if you watch a lot of StarCraft, you would know that for a long time, like, I'm trying to think of a better way of putting it, but like Cure, he's like typically traditionally a very bland player. Like, we bring this up all the time about how Cure, he's less popular than the others. He's less flashy than Beyond, than Maru, even than Innovation. Like, Innovation was known for being like a machine and being a robot and having no emotions, but even that was a bit of a meme. Like, Cure, he was always like, I don't know, almost like the bridesmaid, never the bride. Like, he's a champion, don't get me wrong. Like, he's a really strong player, but the star factor was never quite there for him, and it does feel like he was always overlooked by other Korean Terrans like GuMiho, like TY, like Innovation, like Maru, right? Like all these other Korean Terrans, even though he's always been there and he's always been really strong and really good. And his play has usually been really standard. It's usually been pretty standard and nothing really too iconic or nothing too much to latch onto. But specifically for Cure's TVP this season, it's been hyper aggressive, which caught me off guard initially. In the group stage, I was definitely caught off guard by that. I was like, oh my god, like he's like he just keeps pulling the boys, and that persisted into this as well. So it's definitely a big like shift for Cure, and definitely something that caught me off guard. I'm sure it caught his opponents off guard, like Classic and even herO as well. They're like, oh my god, like what's going on? like calm down, but make some SCVs. He's like, I don't need a third CC. What do you mean? I think Cure made like a third base once in the finals, by the way, on Persephone. That's it. So like Cure, he was very aggressive, and yeah, it's something that I don't typically expect from Cure. So it's really cool to see him like change like this and like shake things up. I will say that this is mainly for this matchup for Terran versus Protoss, but yeah, it's really cool to see Cure like this far into his career like change things so much and find a lot of success with it as well. And yeah, I'm hoping that maybe more people take note of that. I think for a long time I've been waiting for something like to latch onto for Cure. For a long time, Cure was really fond of 3-axing. He was very fond of 3-axing in TVP, and then that kind of fell out of the meta. But now it's like, yo, like 2-base all-ins. Cure, he's the people's Terran. Well, now he's the 2-basing Terran. What do you mean? Like, again, he got to third base once in the finals, and like maybe once against Classic, like twice in all these games, like non-stop 2-base all-ins, man. He's an animal, Bobby. Exactly. He's got SCV pull all the way to winning the finals. 100%. But again, this is mainly just against Protoss. Like, Cure, he plays more standard against Zerg. But I could be wrong there in the sense that traditionally, Cure would play standard against Zerg. But maybe he also reinvented himself there as well. And the next time we see him, like against Reina or against serO, he's just going to pull the boys. he's gonna pull the boys against Zerg. It's going to be crazy. Oh, no. So we'll see. I'm excited to see more of Cure coming into Dallas. More excited than before is what I want to say. Like, just because of how he's been playing recently, I want to see more of Cure. I definitely have anticipation for him. Definitely. But with that, GG, well played. Congratulations to herO for becoming our champion. And again, herO, he has been peaking as of late. Like, I would go as far as say he's currently the best Protoss player out there, even online as well. I feel like he surpassed MaxPax quite some time ago. I say like a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago at this point. And yeah, he's definitely going to be a beast coming into the next season or into GMAC Dallas. herO also, because he's a champion, he's confirmed for EWC. He is confirmed for the Esports World Cup, so he will be there at that event. Now there's maybe a little bit less pressure on his shoulders in regards to trying to do well and trying to get another spot and get another slot. But now there's more pressure on all the other Koreans, on Maru, on Cure, on GuMiho, on Classic, on some of the Zergs as well. I know there's no Zergs here on the bracket, but they exist. You know, there's Solar, and there's Shin, and there's Rogue. There's a little bit of Zerg. So they'll be doing their best as well, I'm sure, as they're all also traveling to DreamHack. So we'll see. Regardless, GG, well played. With that, we're going to be wrapping up here for the day. Meanwhile, if you want some more StarCraft, then we got you covered, bam, tomorrow. You can see here our weekly schedule. It is jam-packed full of GSL. You might be thinking, didn't you just wrap up the Season 1 finals? That is true. That was Friday afternoon, Friday evening. Tomorrow, sorry, Thursday evening. Tomorrow is Friday. And tomorrow, what do we have? GSL Season 2 qualifiers. I mentioned this in the middle of the broadcast, but the Season 2 qualifiers were over the weekend. Saturday and Sunday. They were over the weekend. It was actually clashing with Sparkling Tuna Cup at the time. So GSL was over the weekend. Sorry, the qualifiers were, and they wrapped up. There was no live coverage of the qualifiers, but we do have our hands on all the replays, and there are a lot of replays. It's 16 best of threes. So because there are so many matches, we're going to split it up into 3 broadcasts. Friday morning at 9 AM KST, Friday evening at 7 PM KST, and Saturday evening at 7 PM KST. I believe that should be just before DreamHack Dallas. So we're going to be wrapping up all of GSL, and then we're going to be going into DreamHack. Let me just double check there. DreamHack Dallas starts, sorry, Saturday morning. Ooh, okay. So it's going to be in the middle of DreamHack Dallas. So the way that it works here is that we're going to be casting GSL on Friday morning and evening, and then we're going to go straight into Dallas. Dallas is going to be live tomorrow in 25 hours. So again, just over 24 hours from this message is the beginning of DreamHack Dallas. It's going to be at 1 AM my time, midnight KST, and it's midnight here right now. Oh boy. So yeah, that's crazy. 24 hours. That's 25 hours time. Of course, we're going to be covering it. We're going to be casting Dallas here on the channel. We are going to be casting Dallas. We're going to be covering the open stage. Like day 1, we should be casting, and then day 2 and day 3, we're going to be co-streaming, most likely. I don't really have full confirmation. Everything is a little bit last minute, so we're waiting to hear back from... we're waiting to hear back. I also have to set up all the overlays as well. Set up. But with that, I think we're done. I think we're done for today. Sorry, I'm just checking. Just checking messages. Okay. But yeah, everything was pretty last minute, but I do have to set up all the overlays and get ready for Dallas tomorrow. It's gonna be a long day of casting. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit concerned about the final GSL broadcast, just because the Dallas broadcasts are gonna be like 12 hours. Dallas, it's long. It's a long event. So hopefully I'll have enough energy to do Dallas, then sleep, then wake up and do GSL, and then do Dallas again. But we'll see. We'll do our best. DreamHack Dallas mainstream right here. Oh, let's go. No dark. Yeah. But yeah, with that, we're gonna be wrapping up. So thanks for watching, thanks for tuning in. Again, congratulations, a big shout out to herO for becoming our champion, and looking forward to more of herO and the rest of the players coming into DreamHack Dallas. Also, we're gonna be covering herO most likely over the qualifiers. Fun fact, even though herO is the Season 1 GSL champion, there's no seeding. There's no invites into Season 2. herO, like everyone else, has to play through the qualifier. So that's brutal. That is a brutal format. Yes, to play through the qualifier just like everyone else. So we're going to be going over those qualifiers tomorrow. Again, our next broadcast here on the channel is going to be in 10 hours. In 10 hours time. So again, in 25 hours, that's DreamHack Dallas. In 10 hours time, we're going to be live casting the Season 2 qualifiers for GSL in 10 hours. So Gonna go wrap up, gonna go get some rest, wake up in time for some more casting, for some more StarCraft, as we always do here on the CranKy Ducklings. Meanwhile, if you enjoyed the broadcast, if you want some more CranKy Duckling action, then bam, exclamation mark socials in the chat. We got you covered. We have links to our YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, and Discord. We do upload VODs on YouTube on a daily basis, so the VODs are all there. If you want to watch, if you see something here, if like, oh, I want to watch GSL, but 10 hours, I'm in Europe, I'm going to be asleep, well, then you can watch the VODs on YouTube. You know, YouTube is the place to be for all the VOD content. The reason why you can see our schedule. We have 2 casts, one in the morning, one in the evening. One is more NA friendly, the other is more European friendly. And we just cast all day. We cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there, more than Steadfast, more than Wardy, more than anyone else. We do all the content here on the CranKy Ducklings. We have the quantity, we have a little bit of the quality as well. We take pride in that. We take pride in the amount of casting that we do. We have some catching up to do. So with that, thanks for watching. We're going to be wrapping up, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more GSL and for some Dallas. See you then. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Ciao. Bye. Ciao. See you next time.